Good, Jack. All right, we're here at Region 2, Spring Mills High School. Top 4 will be heading to the state tournament. 2 weeks in Huntington. Here with old Jack Gilleppes and Chance Griffith.
Well, it's glad to be here, and want a major shout out to Home Team Sports, doing great things for the community. Ever since they kicked this thing into high gear, it's been awesome to see. And since you guys are covering all sports, we figured you might as well cover the original sport.
Yep, so we're rolling here in the consolation semis and heading right into the 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th place matches. In order to qualify for states, you got to finish top 4. Finals will be starting here in the next hour and a half.
Any idea, Chance, how far they are through the consolation bracket?
We're finishing up consolation semis here on mat 1, and it looks like we got down at 106. Down on mat 2, we got our match for 3rd and 4th between Steinmetz from Hampshire and Mongol from Hedgesville. So both are state qualifiers. Neither one are ranked in the state, but they'll be down in Huntington in a couple weeks trying to win some matches for their teams. Then here we got a battle between Spring Mills and Musselman to qualify for state. Spring Mills looks like they're going to pick up a fall.
Hey, Chance, we probably got a lot of guys out there who are not too familiar with the sport, maybe some first-time viewers. You being an ex-coach, you want to give a brief overview of how the scoring works individually and team-wise and kind of explain it for the guys out there?
Yep, so if this is your first time watching, they're going to start a match. They're going to start neutral. That means they're on their feet. Get a takedown by bringing them to the mat, covering their hips, getting behind them. That's worth 2. And then after that, if the bottom wrestler is able to escape and get back to his feet, that's going to be 1 point. And if he can get what's called a reversal, he's going to end up on top. That's worth 2 points. And then you'll notice that everybody's trying to get somebody to their back. And then if the ref gets a 2 to 4 count, that gives them 2 back points. A 5 count gives them 3. And if both shoulders are on the mat for 2 seconds, he's going to call a pin. And that picks up the most points for your team. And in team tournaments like these, obviously your individuals are trying to qualify, but getting those bonus points, which is winning a match by 8 or more points, 15 points, or a pin, gets you extra points, and that helps rack up more points for your team for the team title. Currently, Spring Mills is sitting in 1st, followed by Washington, then Musselman sitting in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, I see that Spring Mills has 9 in the finals, and you guys, Washington, has 7.
Yep.
So should be some pretty good matchups moving forward.
The two dominant teams in Region 2 for the past few years. Musselman's thrown some years in there, but Spring Mills and Washington High School have been your hammers as of late. With Spring Mills finishing 2nd at states last year, just finished 2nd at the dual team state title a couple weeks ago. They're led by Anthony Rigabudo, head coach for Spring Mills, couple-time state champ in the early 2000s for Hedgesville. Washington's led by Cody Gustines, who wrestled at Jefferson, graduated back in 2004.
Don't sell yourself short. You had a big part of building that Washington program.
Yeah, I was a coach at Washington for 14 years. Took a job in Loudoun County this year, so had to step away from coaching. I'm still coaching the youth league. But, we won 5 regional titles at Washington in 14 years, finished top 10 at states 6 times. So Washington kids usually come ready to wrestle. And Musselman looks like they're going to pick up a fall here. And he did. He's a state qualifier, 2:15.
I guess in regards to you, Cody, Anthony, and Dustin, just like any other sport, success comes with some good coaching.
Yeah,
and
when you have
always be grateful for when you were coaching my son and you.
Yeah, we had Jack's son Demetrius was Spring Mills' first ever state qualifier back when the school first opened. They definitely didn't have the team that they have now. They were a small young team. Demetrius football stud. First kid to ever qualify for states out of Spring Mills, so that's always going to be there. Now we got Kojo wrestling Milton from Hedgesville, qualify for states here.
Pretty excited tomorrow night to tune in, and tomorrow afternoon actually, and watch your little brother Cam Pine, who was Demetrius' teammate all through youth, do his thing representing Clarion going against Penn State.
Yep.
That's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, we got a lot out of Region 2 that are wrestling in college right now. Cameron Pine, ranked 32nd in the country. You got Michael Dolan wrestling at WVU, 3-time state champ for Spring Mills. And then next year we got Patrick Jackson, his sister Paige Jackson, Matthew Dolan. They're all headed to college to wrestle as well. So Region 2, while we might not be as deep as some of the other regions, our top kids are definitely just as good as top kids all across the state. And then Kojo just picks up a fall over sights from Hedgesville. Kojo, Mustafa Mensa, state qualifier, Washington High School, 285. Jackson Lupton's down on mat 2, wrestling Hampshire. And
what finals match are you most excited to see?
120. That is.
I'm with you on that.
120 has the number 1 ranked kid in the state versus number 2 ranked kid in the state. Kai Plinsky, freshman from Washington, who was an absolute hammer on the youth scene, multiple state titles as a kid, and then he's came into high school. He's wrestled 120, and then you got Jacob Perry, same thing. He's wrestled Iron Eagles his whole life. Comes in as a pretty good record as well. Down at the state tournament, got second last year. Wrestled a tough match in the finals. Jacob's very tough, stays in great position. Not a flashy wrestler, but he doesn't give up a lot of points, where you have someone like Kai Plinsky, who very, very flashy, hits moves from anywhere. They went back and forth this year, with Kai taking the first win, 2-1, and then or with Jacob taking his win, 2-1 is their first their meeting, which was Kai's debut at 120, and then they wrestled in the finals of winner's choice, where Kai was able to pick up an 8-1 decision.
So they have contrasting styles big time, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Perry doesn't get flustered, stays in great position. Real good defense. When he gets to a leg, he usually finishes. And then Kai's lots of movement, lots of side action. Gets in, you're going to see a lot of high-level wrestling out of both wrestlers. And then 126, you'll have Logan McFarland, who's currently ranked number 1 in the state, versus Landon Hoffman, who's ranked number 5. Both state place winners last year. They've wrestled a few times this year, with Logan taking the win each match. So that'll still be a good match. Spring Mills is well coached. Rigabudo and Bowers and Danny, they have all their kids ready. They're not going to wrestle the same way after a loss as they did before. They make the changes.
I see both McFarland and Hoffman both finished third at states last year.
Yep. So they were there last year. I think Hoffman was at 126 again this year, just like he was last year, and Logan's coming up from 113, where he was a state runner-up last year, or state third place last year. And then we'll have at 113 one of the best wrestlers in the country, and Matthew Dolan. He's looking for his third state title. He'll be out there, and then of course Patrick Jackson at 165, returning state champ as well, who's heading to Lock Haven in the fall.
I think we'll both enjoy watching him, because while I was not that good of a wrestler in high school, you were,
yeah.
But we shared one trait, physicality.
Absolutely.
And,
Patrick
is a monster.
Yeah, he's one of the meanest kids in the state. He's tough. He looks to score from everywhere. He's dominating matches from the first whistle to the last whistle. He's not a kid that most kids want to wrestle. Even in a close match, you leave the mat, you're a little beat up. He's definitely one of the toughest and meanest kids in the state. Sometimes it gets the better of him. He'll give up some penalty points, but when you're putting up 15, 16 points a match, sometimes you can afford to do that.
You want to explain warnings and penalty points to the audience?
All right, so if you have if a wrestler's not really doing any action and not moving, the ref's going to call what's called a stalling. He's going to hold up his fist, closed fist with whatever color that kid is. And after 2 warnings, you're going to give up a point. After 3, you're going to give up another point. And then eventually you could be stalled out. But I haven't seen too many stall calls today, a lot of action. If you're giving up things where you're being a bit too aggressive and a ref thinks that it's not wrestling aggressive, you're showing unsportsmanlike conduct, you're going to get hit with a team point or with a match point. And if you do it after the match, you'll get hit with a team point. We've seen a couple of those today, which is expected. You got teenagers here that have absolutely worked their butts off since, all year long. A lot of these kids don't stop wrestling, and you get into that heated match. Teenage emotions get the better of you a lot. So, but then you have these kids. Wrestling's one of those things that's unlike any other sport. You don't have teammates out there with you. You're in practice with everybody else. It's the sport you're going to be the most selfish at. You want success for yourself at all times, which breeds success with your teammates. You get out there, you're cutting weight. You got kids that you're essentially in a fight without punching 7 days a week, every day of practice and every single match. So there's nothing like it.
Yeah, it is a unique sport. You speak about the cutting weight. That's just one aspect of the discipline. Back when you wrestled in high school to the current state, what changes have you seen in cutting weight? It seems kids don't cut as drastically as we did back then.
Yeah, now they have where at the beginning of the season you have to get a hydration test. You have a doctor that comes in. They're going to check your body fat. They're going to check to make sure that you're hydrated. Before you cut weight, they're going to have it to where you're only allowed to cut a certain portion or percent of your body weight. Used to be basically you decided what weight you wanted to wrestle. They would sign off and say, okay, good luck. And you'd have kids cutting 20 pounds a week, wearing sauna suits, going to the sauna. You got kids showing up before and after school to work out. Used to be able to step on the scale multiple times to make weight. Now you step on once. You don't make it, you're done. So it's getting a lot better. Coaches are a lot smarter. People started realizing that you didn't have to cut 15, 20 pounds to win matches. So strength training's a lot different and more prevalent now than it was before. You got kids that are 14, 15 years old that the whole myth of lifting weights at a young age stunts your growth and does damage. Obviously, it's been proven that it does the exact opposite. So we have these kids that are choosing to get better and get stronger, so they're going to cut 4 or 5 pounds instead of 15. And we're seeing a lot more high-level wrestling with kids not cutting as much weight and being completely drained out when they're trying to wrestle these matches.
Yeah, they're definitely stronger. The endurance is much better.
Yeah,
when Demetrius wrestled, his philosophy was he was in good shape naturally, so he'd come on the mat after football season, whatever couple weeks of practice dropped him, that was his wrestling weight. It seemed he was always stronger than his opponent for one of those reasons.
Yep, Demetrius is one of those ones that was he started lifting and training harder than most at a younger age. So he was able to use it with wrestling. So he was in there. Obviously, was a football player first. So when you get into those kids that are wrestling year round, that's a tough kid to beat. But when you're strong and you know how to wrestle, it's a pretty lethal combination for these high school kids.
That makes Cameron's high school career even all the more incredible because he was also an all-state baseball player. Yeah,
Cam was a couple-team all-state catcher for Washington. Team got third his junior year. They were able to go to some battles and beat Jefferson his junior and senior year. And then same thing, he was a full-out baseball player and then decided he was going to wrestle in college, and he's a redshirt junior right now. And then Demetrius obviously went to college to play football and absolutely tore it up, running the ball. So, and then now giving back to lots of the kids around here that go to train. You got kids training year-round, weightlifting, cardio, CrossFit type workouts, and to go with whatever sport they play. So the level of teenagers' athleticism now is way higher than what it was. You'll have a lot of those people that talk about kids these days, but your high-level athletes these days they're higher than they've ever been. Granted, we don't have as many as we used to. I'm not saying there's not some soft ones out there, but our tough ones are tougher than ever.
And you speak about Demetrius giving back and training kids. That's one great thing about the Panhandle in this generation, or his generation. Several of them are doing it in different ways.
Yep.
Whatever the sport may be, mentoring kids, and as each generation does that, it just makes the area stronger as a whole.
Yeah, and if you look around at every single coaching staff here at Region 2, I'm looking at Jefferson right now. See a guy named Justin Halls. I used to wrestle with him when I was in high school. He was a state place winner for Jefferson back in 02 or 01. Sitting beside him is Colton White, who wrestled for Jefferson as well, that went to Shenandoah to wrestle. We got Cade Bradbury in the building, state runner-up for Washington, third-place finisher for Washington. Martinsburg's coaches all wrestled there. Jefferson's coaches over there in the corner both wrestled for Jefferson. Obviously, you got Spring Mills coaches, went to Hedgesville, but every single coach is giving back, and they're from this area.
Musselman's got a kid, first generation Spring Mills.
Yep, Musselman's got Metz. He was one of the ones that
high school he had some medical issues that got resolved by an operation, and he's good to go now. But his career was cut short, which he was a great teammate.
Yeah, and he stayed around even after he went out with injury, and his career was cut short in high school. Unfortunately, he stayed around and coached at Musselman for a little bit. Or he's still coaching at Musselman, but he was in that first-generation Spring Mills kid, tough kid. Could have been a state place winner for sure, but injuries are part of it. So
we got Danny Lord across sitting on the bleachers. What was
Danny Lord, state champ at Hedgesville. Nope, he didn't win it his senior year.
Okay,
he'll let you know that. Yeah, that trying to repeat. So when those underclassmen win a state title, then trying to come back and repeat as a state champ, this is one of those sports that you beat somebody in a close match the year before, that kid spends 9 or 10 months thinking about that match, replaying matches in your head every single night. I'm 38 years old, and I'm still replaying matches from high school in my head occasionally. So.
What kind of success did you have at state?
I got fourth as a sophomore, and then injured as a junior, and then my senior year. Senior year is when I lost in the semis, and then decided we were talking about kids getting hot-headed and making mistakes. Got ejected out of in the consolation semis my senior year, so not the way that you want to end it, but didn't have the coaches that were keeping me calm the way these kids do. So hopefully we don't see any of that. These kids all get down to the state tournament, and we have some toughness and a lot of good wrestling. Yeah, it looks like Weiser's down on mat 2, looking to pick up a fall in the 5th place match. And a lot of kids, they get to these 5th and 6th place matches, and they don't think it matters because you can't qualify from states if you're not top 4. But Weiser just finished 5th, so if somebody in his weight class would happen to get injured during the next 2 weeks, he would be called in to take his spot. And a lot of times kids will get down there and they've made the best of it. I've seen kids get 5th place at regionals, somebody get injured, they end up at the state tournament. We had a kid from Grafton a few years ago, got 5th place at regionals and ran out, made the state finals after not even qualifying. So we've had it happen when I was coaching at Washington. We've had kids get 5th and then got the call that somebody was injured or somebody was sick, and if our kid could make weight, they were in. And they went there and won some matches and actually were able to finish top 10 because of that one year. So these 5th and 6th place matches, they're still important to get bonus points for your team. And you never know what can happen over the next couple weeks.
Not to mention the pride factor. If that's your last match of the season, you want to go out on a high note no matter what.
And that's Caleb Weiser. He's actually a senior, so that's his most likely going to be the last match of his career. Didn't qualify for states. I know it's got to be heartbreaking for him. He puts in a lot of work, tough kid, but he was able to pick up that win, so he's going to end his career with a fall. 5th place finish at regionals. Now we got 106 down there, Hampshire and Hedgesville. Hedgesville is coached by Bubby Whittington, who's one of the most winningest coaches all time. Got over 500 dual victories, been coaching at Hedgesville since '84, I believe. One of the nicest, most genuine guys you'll ever meet. Goes to war for his kids every single week. Great guy, Bubby Whittington.
Is that a national rank, that 500 wins? Any idea?
He's probably, I don't know what the overall is. I think he's got the most in West Virginia history for duels. he'll be in the West Virginia Hall of Fame here next couple years. He's given back to the sport of wrestling for almost 40 years now. So
I heard he was self-taught. He didn't even wrestle.
No, he didn't wrestle, and then he came in, started coaching as a teacher, and he's learned the sport. And his kids, he's always a lot of other kids will think, man, Coach Bubby, he's mean, like he yells at him, but his kids are never quitting. He's got full lineups every single year. His kids absolutely love him. He's a tough coach. He's got good wrestling coaches with him for technique, and he's that leading motivator type of coach that you want to have, so you can get on them and then have the other guys that are doing more of the technique stuff. They can kind of give you that confidence boost and talk to you in a more calm way, but yet they're showing you how to be a better wrestler than he's doing your motivation, teaching you how to be a better person.
How about telling us a little bit, if you don't mind? You mentioned the Iron Eagles as the youth program. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Anthony's dad start the original Iron Eagles, which you were a part of?
I was.
And it was very, very.
Yeah, we actually started in a tent in Anthony Rigabuto's yard, right beside his pool. We just had a huge tent, had some gymnastics mats down, and we started the original Iron Eagles. We didn't have a team when we started. It was just a bunch of us that were high school kids or going into high school. I started the year going into high school. Went up with a friend of mine, and that kid never went back, and I never stopped going. So we were 3 days a week, 100 degrees all summer long, from the end of the season to the start of the next season. And it was time to wrestle in some tournaments, and Hedgesville was obviously, that's where they were wrestling at, was the Eagles. We just kind of went with the Iron Eagles and started wrestling all over the place then, and then it went away for a while once we all got out of high school and Anthony went to college. And then when Cam Pine was, and Demetrius and like Blair Schiffauer and Kostanovich from Jefferson, they were all younger kids wrestling youth league, and practice rooms were pretty big. So Cam Pine's dad Donnie hit up Anthony and said, "Hey, you want to start coaching some kids privately?" And Iron Eagles was reborn and really took off after that, and that's where they're going down, and you're getting multiple state junior state titles. They're traveling all up and down the East Coast to wrestle at Wildwood, New Jersey, wrestling down in Georgia, or wrestling down in the Carolinas. I mean, they're hitting up everything. Southern West Virginia big tournaments, wrestling national level kids, and it really took off after that. Now we have you got the Dolans, you got Cam came through there, Jackson, Demetrius in there. So I mean, it's Herndon for Spring Mills, Jacob Perry. You got a lot of hammers that came out of the Iron Eagles. And right now we got a qualifying match between Martinsburg and Musselman on mat 2.
Do you think when the semis are done, the consolation bracket's done, that they'll go right into it, or will there be a brief intermission?
What they're going to do is they're going to have as soon as these 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th place matches are finished, we're going to have one mat move to the center. The finalists will get ready, and then they'll roll right into 106 for our regional finals. Right now we got 3rd place match between Andrew Earhart and Logan Smith. Andrew Earhart's 51-12 on his freshman year. That is a lot of matches Martinsburg wrestles. He's sitting at 63 matches right now for a freshman. That's a lot of beat up on the body to wrestle 63 matches before you even get to the state tournament. Most teams are in that 30 to 40 range. Martinsburg probably wrestles a lot of dual tournaments, which gets you 10 matches in 2 days. Andrew, I remember him from the youth league scene. Pretty tough wrestler. He's went to his battles with my JJWA kids over the years. He's up 5-0 right now in his 3rd place match, so he'll be looking to win some matches for the Bulldogs down at the state tournament.
Jefferson, they seem to be a little thin out here today. Any idea what's happened to their program? They just not getting the numbers, or?
Yeah, when Washington opened back in 2008, Jefferson had some tough kids. And at that point, I'm not the coach that they had at that point. He's no longer there. He's been gone for a number of years, but it just wasn't really a wrestling coach. Their program was starting to drop a little bit, and me and Coach Gustines were taking Washington as first-year coaches, starting a first-year school. Had some kids transfer over. You had the great Dylan Nick, who won a state title at Jefferson, came and was 2-year runner-up for us at Washington. So then it's kind of the same as any other sport. Kids want to go to where they're going to get the best of their 4 years in high school at, and it's. I mean, a lot of people, obviously, with things with transferring and going to different schools, but you're in high school for 4 years, so a lot of parents, a lot of kids, they're choosing. They're going to do what's best for them over their 4 years and where they're going to get the most success, the best coaching at. And I'm not knocking Jefferson's coaches that they have at the moment in the slightest. They got some great guys in there. They're rebuilding. You're not seeing transfers in Jefferson County the way that you used to, which is good because they've had a lot of success over the years. The last 15's been rough, that's for sure. But they're going to get some state qualifiers today, and hopefully these kids continue going there and building the program. And then Coach Robbie Webb, he wrestled for Gary Ratchford back graduated in 98, 99. He came back and he's taking over that program and he's doing good things right now.
That's good to hear.
You got the White brothers. They're in there, Ryan White and Jason White, and then you got Colton White who wrestled for them. All three of them wrestled there. All 5 members of Jefferson's coaching staff all wrestled for Jefferson, so that's that giving back that's super important in all sports, not just jumping into a team that's successful, trying to ride coattails being a 15th member of the coaching staff, going in from the ground up, trying to really rebuild and make it what it used to be, which is good. And I coach with those guys at the youth league level as well. Their kids wrestle. They're out 7 days a week. They're involved with wrestling at Jefferson High School, and then with me at the youth league level, former Washington coach. Just got to get more kids to stay with it. And that's one of those things, a lot of kids when they get to that high school level, it's hard to concentrate on multiple sports, so you'll have some kids that really want to put everything into football, baseball, or soccer. So kind of wrestling a lot of time kind of falls behind if it's not your primary sport. And you have those kids that wrestling's their primary sport, and they're leaving other sports behind. So it's a line that a lot of those high school kids, or a decision a lot of those high school kids have to make on what they want to do. But I'm all for playing multiple sports.
I think the more sports you play, the better athlete you become, and you become better in your primary sport because of that.
Oh, absolutely. And wrestling's one of those things that
I think sorry to cut you off. I think multiple sports, you don't get repetitive injuries either. It's a lot better for the body, the development.
Yep. Yeah, when you're doing multiple different things, whether it's playing baseball, playing football, wrestling, you're seeing less injuries in kids like that. I've been a PE teacher for 15 years. We have kids that don't play any sports. They get injured during PE class more than anybody else. Nice step over reversal there. This is one of the absolute toughest girls in the country. She was a Super 32 champ a couple years ago. Kaylee Hall out of Hampshire. Usually when you see a girl that's wrestling at the high school level, they're at the lighter weight classes. Kaylee wrestles 165, and she is not she doesn't get beat a ton. She's 14-11 on the year as a sophomore girl at 165, which is absolutely amazing when you see at this level of at this body weight. She's put it to her opponent from Jefferson right now, Justin Brown, who's a senior, 13-31. Just started wrestling, so there's definitely no shame in you're losing to a wrestler at this level. She absolutely dominated her way through the girls' state tournament last weekend, and looks like she's going to pick up 5th place here. And she will be a state qualifier at some point, wrestling at 165 plus pounds over the next 2 years. Definitely one of the toughest around.
That was impressive.
Yep. We had Cade Bradbury last year, who was a state runner-up as a junior, finished third as a senior. He wrestled her last year. This is a top male in the state. Was not able to get a fall until 15 seconds to go in the match. So she's as tough as they come.
And doesn't his father have a private youth facility
Yep,
specifically for the Panhandle?
Yes, he does. Ron Bradbury, who is our youth coach at Charlestown. We've had, fortunately for all 4 of his kids, 3 boys and a girl have came through the Washington Wrestling Program. His daughter, Addison, was our manager at Washington for all 4 years she was there. And then 3 of his sons, all 3 state finalists. Jace Bradbury, state champion his senior year at 195. Zane Bradbury was a state runner-up. And Cade Bradbury was a state runner-up and a third-place finisher for us, while Jace was a 3-time state place winner. Ron Bradbury, during COVID, as soon as COVID started, he bought an old abandoned building. Used to be an old church, an old schoolhouse, an old tech building over by T.A. Lowry. And that's where we've been wrestling at our youth league ever since. And when you have snow days and you can't get into your school, Ron's building's always open. I spend probably 2 to 3 hours there 6 days a week. So it's definitely a tremendous asset to have Ron and the EP Rattlers, which is our club team for the county in Jefferson County here now. We got a weight room in there. We got wrestling mat upstairs, kitchen downstairs. If you go there at any point, you're going to be fed. You're going to have great conversation. It's we got kids coming from Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia to get open practice all summer long. Tyler Sigler runs our elite program during the summer for other kids, and then we run our youth league out of there as well.
And speaking of youth, you had your wrestling career. Your younger brother Cam had his career. Now you got 2 boys wrestling. How's it feel as a father watching your kids?
That's it's more fun, but it's also more frustrating when you're it's your own kids out there. You're trying to find that fine line between being a tough parent / coach, but you're also not trying to be overbearing with it. And it's tough being a kid who plays a sport, no matter what the sport is, when your dad's the coach, because you got to go home and hear it as well. So we try and leave it at the mat, leave it at the ride home, and when we get home, not to talk about sports too much, just to have fun, just so it gives them that break. And being a coach's kid is definitely tough for that, but being a parent and coach it's a lot of fun watching that success, seeing how hard they train. My kid Cannon, he's 9, state place winner last year in youth. We'll be heading down to the state tournament, youth league state tournament next weekend. So he's looking to finish a little higher on the podium this year. And then I have my 4-year-old Dake. He just started. He's a kid that can lose by 15 or win by 15, and he's just as happy any match. He never stops smiling. He never gives up in a match. Just a goofy little 4-year-old having fun. And then the 9-year-old Cannon, he's a lot more serious and takes losses to heart. Gets excited for his big wins, but it's fun seeing the progression. So he'll be in middle school in the next couple years. Be going to Wildwood Middle School, which we just started up the wrestling program in the last couple years. That's ran by Zach Curry, who also runs our youth league program. Been the head of JJWA for the last 6 or 7 years. So doing a lot of big things with Jefferson County Wrestling and Berkeley County Wrestling.
And speaking about the myth that we have both known about forever, that lifting weights is not good for youth.
Yeah.
Cannon's a pretty strong little kid, isn't he?
Yeah, I got my 9-year-old Cannon. He's competed in two deadlift meets. He's won both of them. He's a youth level power lifter. He's 9 years old, weighing in at 78 pounds, and deadlifted 175 to win his last powerlifting meet. So he has fun with it. He can bench his body weight. Deadlifts his main lift. He's looking to hit 200 by his 10th birthday, so I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe by his 11th.
22 pounds?
Yeah.
Never say never.
All right, we got Tristan Rucker, who's a great kid out of Jefferson County, wrestles for Jefferson High School, one of the smartest, most personable kids you're ever going to meet. He's wrestling his third and fourth place match here against his opponent from Martinsburg. You got Tristan. He was a state qualifier last year. He dropped his first match at the state tournament in a very close match. And then I know Tristan and his family pretty well, so I'm going to call him out. Then on day 2, which is the all-important weight cut, wrestling you have to make weight every day. Tristan was a little heavy and didn't make weight day 2, and he still hears about it from his coaches. He's made sure he's never going to let that one happen again. So that's the big thing. When you get down to that state tournament, if you're going to place, you got to make weight 3 days in a row. So you got the weight class. Kristen wrestles at 120. So
they
after
give a pound
Christmas,
a day, don't they?
Yep.
Could you explain that to the fans?
Yep. So you got to make weight. So if your weight class is 120, you're going to step on the scale. You got to be 120.0 or below. And then after Christmas, we get what's called a growth allowance, and it's 2 pounds. So after Christmas to the rest of the year, you're going to get 2 pounds added onto your weight class. So he's got to make 122 now. And then on 2-day tournaments, you're going to get an extra pound each day. So at the state tournament next 2 Thursdays from now, everybody will have to come in. They'll get their weight class plus 2. Then Friday morning, they'll get an extra pound. So we'll use 120 since we've been there. Tristan will have to make 123 on day 2. And if he wrestles tough enough and he's able to make that podium on Saturday, everybody that wrestles on Saturday is either in the state finals Saturday night or they wrestle the consolation semis Saturday morning, which is if you win, you go for third, you lose, you go for fifth. And you get that 4th pound, so you'd have to make 124 Saturday morning.
And unlike the regions, at the states, top 6 place.
Yep. Yes, yeah, so, well, they'll still place top 6 here. But to be an all-state wrestler, you got to place top 6. You get 16 people a weight class. AAA, unlike some other sports, AA and single A are combined, so you get down to states, and we got 2 state tournaments that run side by side. 4 mats on the left are for AA and single A, which they're running their regional tournaments yesterday and today. And then AAA, your big schools will be on the 4 mats to the right, trying to get into that state, make it to Saturday. Everybody's goal is to wrestle on Saturday because that's when you're a state place winner. There's nothing like seeing those blood round matches on a Friday night. The blood round is if you win, you place. If you lose, you don't. You're out. That's those consolation matches where kids have lost. You'll have kids that lose their first match and battle back to third. You have kids that'll drop their quarterfinal match and they got to win 1 match to place or 2 matches to place. And you see some big upsets happen in the quarterfinals, and then that kid drops down the consolation rounds, and he's got a kid who's won a couple matches after losing, who's pumped up, and you'll see some kids that are ranked top 2 or 3 in the state, not even place occasionally.
How do you feel about having a true state champion, especially, the numbers are down in some areas and you're not even able to fill out regional brackets as we have here today.
Yep.
And then I guess for bragging rights as well, how do you feel about combining the state tournament all as one?
I mean, in my opinion, I think that a state as small as West Virginia, we don't get a lot of recognition. We have some really good national level wrestlers that do, but as a whole, placing at the state tournament doesn't give that national recognition like it would if you're in PA or Ohio or New Jersey. I would love to see, I don't think it'll ever happen, I would love to see West Virginia go the same route, or wrestling go the same route as swimming and just have one state title. I think we could keep regions the same, and I think we should qualify the top 6 out of all 4 regions. That would give you a 24-man bracket, and you give your top 4 kids, your regional champions, buys in the first round, and it would really it would up the level, really make that state tournament even more special than it already is. I mean, winning a state title, whether it's in AA or AAA, there's nothing like it. To watch those kids win that state title, jump up, hug their coaches. I've been fortunate enough to have that happen 5 times in my coaching career to coach a state champ, and it's when you see a kid that does that, it's amazing. So if we combined, we had that 1 state title, make it even more special, really jump up the level of competition, because like Jack was talking about, we've had a few years where regionals, you step on the scale and you're an automatic state qualifier because there's only 4 kids in the weight class in a region.
We got that today at 190.
Yeah, 190 only has 3, so the third place match was actually a bye or a forfeit for third and fourth place. Jonas Weiser, freshman, state qualifier. So that means when we get down to the state tournament, we're going to have there's going to be a bye in one of the weight classes, or at 190 for one of the regional champs. We'll have a bye in their first round. So.
Speaking of the state tournament, one other thing I think that's odd about West Virginia is they seed the kids throughout the season. Then come the state tournament, they rely on this formula called the pill, which I've printed out for you. Maybe you could explain that a little bit. It's a very
it's definitely odd.
Thing.
Yeah, a lot of people really like it. We have what's called a pill. There's it's just basically 3 options, an A, B, and C. And after regionals, there's 4 regions, so you have 4 champs, 4 seconds, 4 thirds, 4 fourths. So when you get down to the state tournament, it's a 16-man bracket, basically two sets of 8. And just like you guys have filled out NCAA brackets, runs exactly the same way, except we obviously have a consolation bracket too. And your champs will wrestle someone that got 4th. Your second place kids will wrestle someone that got 3rd. So you have 2 champs on each side of the bracket that meet in the finals. But a lot of the times with that pill, it'll come up and you'll have the number 1 and 2 kid in the state when they're from opposite regions. You'll have number 1 and number 2 will end up meeting in the semis, and your essentially your state finals match was Friday night in the semis. And that kind of takes away from that state finals match. It was joined by Kai Plinsky over here, who's he's one of the weight classes where we will not have to worry about it because him and Jacob Perry are wrestling at 120. This is when it's good. When you have 2 kids that are in the same region, they automatically separate themselves. So your champs will be on opposite sides, and your 2s and 3s will be on opposite sides. So your champ and your 4th place finisher out of each region will be on the same side. So this year they're actually doing something different for the first time finally, and that is that if you have a definitive number 1 and number 2, if they happen to draw a pill that puts them into the same side of the bracket, they're going to separate them, and they're going to flip-flop. They're going to flip-flop 2 regional champs and separate them so that way they can meet in the state finals on Saturday night, which is definitely a step in the right direction. I think we could definitely seed our state tournament. We seed every other tournament. We seed WSAZs, which has 70, 80 kids in a bracket. We seed Winner's Choice, which has 30-some kids in a bracket. So if we can do that, we can seed 16 when they've seen most people throughout the year using the same seeding criteria that we use for every other tournament. But WSAC doesn't like to make changes, so we'll see how that goes moving forward.
Is there a most outstanding wrestler chosen at the regions, or is that only at states?
No, there's no most outstanding chosen at regionals. They should go to it. Most tournaments will have what's called an MOW, most outstanding wrestler. Coaches all vote on it. It's just a nice perk that one of the 14 champs would get. But regionals, we've never done a most outstanding. So.
And there's also been some discussion about the Wrestler of the Year overall. The award that's given out for the so-called Wrestler of the Year is the Dutton Award, the highest honor in West Virginia.
Yep.
There's been a lot of back and forth. Is that actually a yearly award, or is it a career award?
The Dutton Award is voted on by sports writers throughout the entire state and by other high-ranking wrestling officials throughout the year. It's supposed to be a season award. A lot of the times it kind of goes to a career award for a senior. It's supposed to be whoever had the most outstanding career. Coach Rigabudo from Spring Mills, he was a Dutton Award winner his senior year. We've had a couple kids went back-to-back. Braxton Amos comes to mind, one of the absolute best wrestlers, in my opinion, the best wrestler overall to ever come out of the state of West Virginia. He wrestled at Wisconsin right now. He'll most likely be an All-American this year in March. Multiple-time national champion, double Fargo champion, freestyle and Greco. We're wrestling here is what's called folk style. And then on the international, what you see in the Olympics, what you'll see for that is something called freestyle, which is a little bit different scoring, so we won't really go into that. But the Dutton Award goes to best wrestler in the state. This year, there's definitely a lot of candidates that would be out there. Matthew McAfee from St. Albans would be up there for one. Patrick Jackson, and you're going to have Matthew Dolan's. I mean, he's going to win his third state title here in a couple weeks when he gets down to Huntington, so he'll be in the running for it, that's for sure. Been an absolute dominant wrestler. But when you see a kid who's a senior wrestling 113, they don't get as much recognition because it's a pretty heavy underclassman weight class. But Matthew Dolan's a smaller senior, doesn't cut a lot of weight, makes 113 pretty easily, so he's only going to wrestle who's out in front of him.
He came in third as a ninth grader, and he was 10 pounds underweight.
Yeah, him and his brother both were finished third as ninth graders. His older brother Michael wrestled at WVU, won 3 straight after that. And then Matthew did the same thing, finished third as a freshman, weighing about 92 pounds. Very small kid, won back-to-back state titles at 106 his sophomore and junior year. Made the move up to 113 this season. And then he's also going to WVU to try and break into that lineup at 125 over the next couple years. And a lot of college coaches, they like seeing that senior that looks like they'll be able to make 125 for 4 or 5 years, because that's a tough college weight class to fill. So if you can get a guy that can be a 4-year starter for you at 125, that's big. And that's obviously what Matthew's going to try and do when he gets to West Virginia. Killian Cardinale, who's there right now, a couple-time All-American. He's graduating this year, so it'll open it up for Matthew to try and slide into that weight class over the next couple years.
If he doesn't hit a little bit of a growth or weight spurt, do you think they'll redshirt him? Because even if he were to weigh 125 naturally, you've got kids probably coming from 140 down to that weight class, I'd say.
Absolutely. The college kids, you got adults. They're doing a lot bigger weight cut. They know how to handle a lot better. So at that 125 weight class in college, you got a lot of kids who are high 130s, low 140s, if not heavier. So you have kids that are in there. You'll have kids weighing 160 pounds, cutting to 133. So it's a lot bigger deal when you get to college. That weight cut's going to be a lot more extensive than it is in high school. Gavin Kiocho, who's a 4-time state champ out of Parkersburg South, who beat Patrick Jackson in the finals his senior year when Patrick was a sophomore. He graduated college wrestling 160. He's now the starting 133-pounder for Glenville State. So we have also at Glenville, you have Ethan Hardy, who was a state champ for Washington. He's in there. He'll be looking to qualify for NCAAs next weekend. He last year, Ethan Hardy was a state champ for us. He goes out his true freshman year, beats a 2-time national champion from West Liberty last year in their conference finals. So we're coming down to the end of these 5th and 6th place matches here, 3rd and 4th place matches. Looking around the room, you can see all your finalists. They got their final singlets on. They're starting to get ready. A lot of big matchups. A lot of kids in their very first ever regional finals. We had some kids pull some upsets to get to the regional finals. Jimmy Todd, who is one of the Todd twins from Washington, he has to wrestle up. His twin wrestles 113, and then he wrestles 132. He would be a 120-pounder, but can't take out Kai or Logan McFarland. So instead of doing the cut and weight, he goes up in weight, and he pulled off an upset in the semis off a kid that's beat him earlier in the year, and losing by 1 with 5 seconds left, pulls off a 4-point move, gets himself into the regional finals at 132, giving up a good solid 10 pounds. So that guy who cuts the most weight doesn't always win. Over here we got Silas Grove from Hedgesville and Terrell Cofield from Martinsburg. They're over here wrestling their 3rd place match. Close match, 2-0. Silas right now, he's 46-10 on the year. Cofield 32-17. Silas going to pick up another 2 points. And Hedgesville is one of those teams. They wrestle a lot of matches as well. Coach Whittington, Bubby, he puts them in a lot of 10-team dual tournaments. His tournament to start the year, you got 10 matches at Hedgesville. They go to the Viking Smash in Petersburg. So they got like 3 weekends during the year where they're getting 30 of their matches wrestling there. So you'll see Hedgesville kids and Martinsburg kids, they'll come in with a lot of matches when they get to regionals.
It always seemed the philosophy that you guys had over at Washington and still do is you sought tournaments away from the local competition.
Yep.
For 2 reasons, I guess, to better yourself, and then you don't want to wrestle the same guy 3 or 4 times a year.
Absolutely. Washington, we started back in 08, 09, kind of going to the local stuff, and then after that it was we don't want to wrestle the same kids 4 and 5 times a year. We're not really worried about our record. We always said at Washington, if you were undefeated, our schedule wasn't tough enough. And in the 15 years, we've only had, besides the COVID-shortened year where Ethan Hardy went 11-0, we've only had 1 wrestler ever finish a season undefeated. Cam Pine had his 50-0 junior season. And it wasn't for lack of trying of going to these tough tournaments. We go to Trojan Wars, which Spring Mills comes there now, which is a top 20 toughest tournament in the country. We head down to Virginia Beach. We go to the Big Blue at Christiansburg, which Christiansburg High School won state titles from 93 to 2019 every year, I believe. Some of the absolute best wrestling you can see in Virginia. So Washington, we always tried to seek out the toughest tournaments. We would go to McDonough, go see some private schools. Then the Elite Opener, which is Washington's tournament that we started a few years ago when Skyline decided they didn't want to run it anymore, and Washington took it. And we have Mount St. Joe's, which is a top 10 team in the country. They come in, they have multiple nationally ranked kids. Spring Mills, Woodgrove, who's a top 3 team in Virginia. Skyline, who's they just won their 4th straight regional title. They're a top 2 team in Virginia as well. So we brought in the absolute toughest teams we could for that tournament, and we had this year, there were 5 state champs that did not win that tournament. 5 returning state champs that lost at the Elite Opener. So we tried to definitely make it as tough as possible. We also this year gave out the coolest awards we've ever seen at the high school level with Jesse Kidd of Kidco Plumbing donated 14 Milwaukee 12-inch or 14-inch Milwaukee wrenches, giving out a nice heavy-duty wrench with a plate on it for first place.
I saw a picture of those.
It was pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, something unique. Speaking of Cam, his 50-0 season, where did he place in the Dutton Award that year?
He was a finalist for the Dutton that year, but he was behind Josh Humphreys, who's ranked 4th in the country right now at Lehigh. Josh Humphreys was a 4-time state champ. He won the Dutton his junior and senior year. Also one of the best wrestlers this state's ever seen. They were a weight class apart. And I think Humphreys was definitely the front runner, and it was deserved both years for sure.
Demetrius had the pleasure of wrestling him and had him 5-4. Demetrius was losing by 1, and then he got thrown.
Yeah.
He went for it all, but those people in that area were not too happy with the result going on.
Yeah, that was fun back in the youth league days when Cam and Demetrius were in youth league, getting to that Iron Eagles team traveling down to the southern part of the state where wrestling is king in West Virginia, and getting to beat some kids that they thought were unbeatable, and watch parents losing their minds over their 12-year-old getting beat by another 12-year-old. But those were some fun matches to watch, some fun times traveling, hotel trips and everything else all over West Virginia and the East Coast to watch that level of wrestling at the youth level.
Yeah, when we first moved here, one of those kids who was unbeatable was Hunter Moore.
Yep.
And Demetrius lost to him in the 2008 or 9 finals, our first year with JJWA.
Yeah, Hunter
Moore
was
unbeatable, got beat by your little brother.
Yeah. Hunter Moore was that kid that won like 7 or 8 youth league state titles in a row. Was the Trinity Award winner where he won out in Tulsa and won 3 national tournaments in 1 year, and then Cam dropped down and beat him in the state finals that year. I believe it was 4-0. And then after that, Cam never lost again at the youth level. Hunter did pick up a high school state title his senior year for Wirt.
Where's he wrestling at now?
No, he wrestled a year or two at not remember which school he went to in West Virginia, or he was either in West Virginia or Ohio. West Virginia, we're finally getting a lot of colleges picked it up. It used to just be WVU and West Liberty were the only wrestling schools in the state. Now you have Alderson Broadus, you have Glenville, which is doing absolutely amazing with Dylan Cottrell, who was a 4-time state champ out of Roane County. He runs Glenville State's team, and they've jumped onto the national scene for Division II. We got Bluefield's got wrestling now. So I mean, we've got 5 or 6 schools across the state that finally have it. Be nice to see Shepherd University get a wrestling team with the area they're in, having those Southern PA kids, Northern Virginia and West Virginia and Maryland kids come in.
How do colleges usually develop a team? Do they start off and have a club team to draw to see the interest of kids? Or
it'll usually based off of all Title IX things. Obviously, money is a big driving force when you get to college. You got to travel a ton. Obviously, wrestling's not a cheap sport with the amount of traveling. Wrestling mats aren't cheap. Singlets aren't cheap. So usually they'll do that. They'll have to have an equal number of guys and girls sports. So if you added wrestling, you got to add a girls sport as well to make everything even, which is understandable and it's good for all sports. But I think more sports are needed instead of less. That's for sure. The money's there. Shepherd has a great football team. They bring in a lot. So I think it's there. Got Jaden McCartney here, who's only a second or third year wrestler. He came in, started wrestling for Washington during the shortened COVID season. He ended up getting COVID a couple times and couldn't finish out the season, and had a family member get it, so we were doing all of that contact tracing and everything else that took him out. So last year was his first full season, and Jaden's a football player. He's a big kid. He weighed about 250 pounds and couldn't beat Kojo, our starter there at heavyweight. So he had to wrestle JV as a junior all last season. This year he started the season at 245 pounds and was destined to sit JV as a senior his entire second year wrestling here, and he decided he was going to drop some weight. And as you can see, Jaden McCartney right now is down to 215 pounds. So high school kid showing dedication to not really cut weight, but to lose weight. And looks healthier than ever, light as he's probably been since he was in 8th grade. Super tough kid, not a fancy or like polished wrestler by any means, but the kid goes hard from start to finish. He'll get himself in some bad positions, but when you're wrestling as tough as he is, you move the way that he does. He's winning matches that he definitely would have never won a couple years ago. Pulled a big upset in his first round against Spring Mills. Washington was able to pull 2 upsets against Spring Mills at 215 and heavyweight in the first round, which was good for both of them just because of where it put them at in the consolation bracket. There you can see that bad position I was talking about. Jaden goes to his back and strong enough, fast enough, ends up on top.
When you take a kid like him, or a football player or a kid who's never wrestled before, and you obviously want to fill out your roster, what attributes do you look for? What would be the number one thing for a non-wrestler to begin wrestling? Strength, I think, is the number one. If a kid is naturally strong, I think that would lead him to some success.
It can, but you'll see kids who are absolute units walking around here. I mean, absolutely jacked. They're huge. They're deadlifting in the 4s in high school and everything else. But when you have that kid who knows how to wrestle, the feeling of having someone on top of you that knows how to wrestle, that's not very strong when it comes to the weight room, but wrestling strength is completely different. So when it comes to there, I mean, trying to build that technique is to me as a coach was way more important than trying to build that strength, because wrestling strength leverages positions where you're at makes a huge difference. I'll go back to a kid named Ethan Hardy. Ethan Hardy was rail thin, couldn't bench press his body weight, couldn't squat 150 pounds, but I'll put any adult man in here and put Ethan on top of you, and until Ethan falls asleep, you're not getting away, just from how strong he is wrestling-wise, the way he's able to control his weight. Looks like Jaden's going to he didn't pick up the fall, but gets 3, goes up 7-2 heading into the second period.
So you say Ethan could stay on top of you as long as he wanted for the most part.
Absolutely.
So that's one difference in college and high school is riding time. You want to explain that?
Yeah, so in high school we don't have it. It would be very difficult with your table workers. Everybody's on a volunteer basis to do it. But college does something called riding time, where if you're on top of the other kid, a timer starts going up. And when that kid gets an escape or gets a reversal, if the kid gets an escape, the timer stops and your time stays right there. If he gets a reversal, that time starts going down. And if you end the match and you were on top of that kid for a minute more than he was on top of you, or you guys were neutral, you'll get an extra point. Very important in college with that riding time. You'll see scores end 2-2. And then people that don't really know the sport yet, all of a sudden another point jumps up, but that's his riding time point. So I know they used to have it in high school, but that went away nationwide a few years, or many years ago. And it would be difficult to add that in and add another aspect for our table workers who, like I said, a lot of times are parents, volunteers. You'll have students coming in as managers for a team, running those clocks. So it becomes a lot more difficult. Jaden Franklin hit a nice headlock, put Jaden to his back. He's got a lot of time to work for a fall here. Jaden's in trouble, and he gives up the fall. In that third and fourth place match, even though that you're going to be a state qualifier, you're already excited. You qualify for states. That third and fourth place match is still super important because when you get down to the state tournament, if you finish fourth, you're going to have a regional champ right off the bat. So it's a tougher first match on that Thursday night at the state tournament, where if you finish second, you're going to have a regional runner-up that got second at state. So that could change your entire state tournament just by losing that third and fourth place match.
And one of those 4 regional champs is number 1 in the state. So you could go against number 1 overall right out of the bat.
Yep. So Jack's right. You could losing that third and fourth place match could be the difference of putting you against the number 1 kid in the state versus just one of the 4 kids who got second in the state in your next match. Now we got down on mat 1, one of my favorite kids that I had the pleasure to be around during the summers. He wrestles for Jefferson, Jonas Weiser. Super goofy kid, loves wrestling. He's coming in as a freshman, wrestling 190. Football player for Jefferson, wrestling youth league, couple times state place winner. All around great kid. He's wrestling in his first regional tournament here. And I thought Jack got me confused a little bit earlier with 190 only having 3, but no, they have 4. So 190 does have 4, so he's wrestling his third and fourth place match. Just tried an arm spin here. No points at the end of the first period. This is, I believe, we have two matches left here, and then we'll be moving mats, getting underway for the finals. Yeah, Jonas here. He's gonna most likely go on bottom. You see him. Oh, he chose top actually. Coaches must know something. Hedgesville looks like they chose top. I'm going to say that their kid's probably pretty tough on top. They've definitely wrestled this match before. Don't know who won the first time they wrestled, but they would have wrestled in the EPAC last weekend in our conference tournament for Jefferson and Berkeley County. He put him on top. Looks like Jonas is going to pick up a reversal here. Yep. Jonas, one of those kids, comes from a really, really good family. His older brother, we talked about the importance of winning that 5th and 6th place match. His older brother, Caleb, was able to finish 5th. So if anything happens, he'll be going to the state tournament. But chances are that was his last match, and Jonas is going to be going down without his big brother there to wrestle with him.
Do you have many dual sport athletes on Washington's wrestling team? I know you got Garrett Fauble's a football player as well.
Yeah, Washington's loaded with a lot of football players. You got Garrett Fauble. He's a junior. He's in the regional finals here. You got Chase Crutchley, who's in the regional finals. Kojo, Jaden. They're all football players. Jackson Lupton, who jumped into the lineup after, unfortunately, Xander Shiley, his senior year, too many knee injuries. Had to call it a career a little early. Jackson Lupton, he plays football. He jumped into the lineup to kind of help the team. But a lot of our guys, you got, are really successful guys. They're wrestlers only. You got Kai Plinsky, Logan McFarland, Caleb Kershiznik, Sean Meisenzahl, all of them looking to place at the state tournament, if not win state titles this year. They're wrestlers only. We've had, over the years, we had some baseball players. Ethan Hardy was actually not really what is the norm. He wasn't your football player or baseball player. He was actually an all-state golfer, finished third at the state tournament for golf his junior year, finished third at states his freshman and sophomore years for wrestling, and then won it as a senior.
That's quite the contrast in sports. You're going from maybe the most passive sport to the most aggressive sport.
Yeah, and he actually he plays golf at Glenville State as well. So he's a dual sport athlete in college, which is pretty rare, but one's a physically demanding sport, and other one a way more mental game with golf. In Washington, we got a very good golf team. They were the team state champs a few years ago. A lot of really good kids come out of Washington High School. They all live at Locust Hill on the golf course and play. So we've had a couple golfers come out, but obviously none as successful as Ethan.
Wasn't that the first successful accomplishment athletic-wise at Washington?
It was they were, I think they won 12 or 13 straight regional titles after year one, and then they were our first and still only team state title was there. Softball's been knocking on that door. Baseball's been right there trying to get it done as well. Basketball had a chance with an undefeated season, losing in the state semis back in 2012. So we've had some successful teams. Obviously, you got in this area the team that everybody knows is Martinsburg football. They are absolutely loaded year after year. They didn't get it done this year, but I'm guessing over the next couple of years they'll find their way back on top.
Yeah, Spring Mills has knocked on the door the past couple years as far as a state wrestling title. They're currently ranked second.
Yep.
I think the only states they have are in track so far as a school.
Yeah, state champions there. Looks like they got a state champion in lacrosse as well.
That's relatively new sport. I'm not sure, is it sanctioned as a varsity sport yet?
The WVSAC, they have two levels for lacrosse. They have Division II and then Division I, which is your top level teams. And Spring Mills won a state title in both. It's a growing sport. It's pretty. It's still relatively new in this area. It doesn't have the same funding that other WVSAC sports do. I don't know exactly how they recognize it with the WVSSAC. And then they compete against other states sometimes as well. We have the two divisions. So. And then, of course, boys track under Coach Matt Smith won a state title as well. And then last year, Spring Mills coming out as still a newer school, a decade old. State runner-ups last year behind Wheeling Park, which is, and Coach Rigabudo was named State Coach of the Year for AAA.
You mentioned to me earlier Wheeling Park's going to be short a wrestler.
Who'd they lose?
Did you tell me it was a Wheeling Park kid who didn't make weight?
No, that wasn't. Not that I heard of.
Oh, okay.
if that happened,
I think somebody told me a kid from Wheeling Park didn't make weight.
That it does happen. Unfortunately, with here in Washington, it's happened to us a couple times. A few times it's happened at the regional tournament. You can't go home with them. Kids missing weight, trying to get it trying to come in. They come in, they're 2 or 3 pounds over, and the chance of them making that in an hour is not going to happen. Hopefully that didn't happen, but it does happen occasionally. Somebody misses weight, and it completely opens up the door for somebody else to come in and take their spot. Over here we got a third and fourth place match. It was actually a rematch of match 1 on the day between Spring Mills and Washington here at heavyweight. Kojo was able to pick up the fall in their first match. These kids are actually 2-2 against each other this season. So you got Anthony Williams, who's 33-19, versus Kojo Safa-Mensah from Washington, who's 31-20. Kojo was able to pick up the fall in the first period in their first match, and was able to pick up the fall in their previous match before that, but Anthony was able to pick up 2 pins over Kojo earlier in the season. These are two both very big athletic heavyweights. You got Kojo's only a sophomore, absolute man-child of a 15-year-old. Anthony's only a junior. Both very athletic, not your old school, typical slow-moving heavyweights. These guys put up a lot of points. They got a lot of action. But when you got big guys like this, somebody goes to their back, chances are we're going to see a fall.
Those big guys like to throw each other around too, don't they?
Absolutely. We got Kojo's trying to ride him out here. Definitely wants to get trying to get Anthony down to his belly here. You get these big guys here. Anthony definitely needs to stay on his knees. He needs to try and build up to his feet. What we just had here it's called potentially dangerous. That means where one wrestler had a chance to be injured. Maybe a joint looked like his knee was getting twisted in an unnatural direction. So at that point, the ref's going to make that judgment call to stop the match exactly where they are and do a restart.
They generally like to protect the knees and the shoulders when it comes to those positions, it seems.
Absolutely, especially when you keep a lot of weight on them. You want to attack the shoulders, using leverage, getting to those points of contact, getting head in the back of the shoulder, digging in a bar, which is kind of coming over the top, getting that arm across the back, really driving that shoulder forward where the guy's got no choice but to get turned. Coach just falling to his hip here. Looks like he's going to tilt. Ooh, looks like he's close to a fall with that tilt, and that definitely could have been called a fall. Could have been called a fall right there. His teammate Sean Meisenzahl is definitely not happy that fall was not called. He looks like he's going to go for another tilt. Got to keep his hips up, staying in good position. Tilts when you're just not really an attempt to pin your opponent, just to turn their shoulders past 45 degrees. The ref's going to start swiping his hand. If he gets to a 5 count, got another set of back there. Got 2 more back points. Kojo takes a 5-0 lead. He's riding very tough right now. You got 260 pounds on your back. Even if you weigh 260 pounds, that's a lot of weight to try and move. He's going to go for his 3rd tilt of the period. Doesn't look like he's going to pick up any back points. DJ Beard, referee's holding up 2, gets another 2, goes up 7-0.
Seemed like that was a little bit of a quick count to me.
That looked like a quick count. I didn't think he was going to get the swipes, but he did. Smart decision by Washington coaches, Coach Tyler Sigler, who was a very good wrestler for Washington as well, 2-time 3rd place finisher. Lost very close matches in the semis his junior and senior year, actually to the same kid. Was able to finish 3rd, come out strong, and was wrestled at Liberty University on their club team. They don't have an actual NCAA team. Was able to be a club All-American for them his final year. They made the decision to put Kojo neutral. So they obviously know that Anthony from Spring Mills he's a big kid, got a very good half. So if he gets Kojo to his belly, he's going to try and put that deep half in and pick up a fall here, down 7-2. This is a tough spot for Kojo to be in. He's got to get to his feet, try and get his hips out from underneath of him. Definitely don't want to be completely covered here. Right now, Kojo's he's got to get his head off the mat. You got Anthony doing a good job keeping his weight on him. Good job, good pressure here. And it looks like he's getting close to that half here. Kojo's going to have to do a good job keeping his elbows down when that half Nelson comes in.
What period are we in here, Chance?
They're in the third period. He just gave up a...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, looks like Anthony's going to pick up a fall here in this third and fourth place match. Get some redemption from match one. And he got it.
He got it.
That's big points for Spring Mills. Pulling into that team race. Probably locked it up heading into the finals. They got some really good kids. Obviously, Washington's got some champions coming their way as well, but definitely too big of a hole to crawl out of now. You would need Spring Mills to essentially lose every match and Washington to pick up wins in every match, which that's definitely not going to happen with Spring Mills losing every match. So looks like our team race is definitely sealed up for first place heading into the finals. Spring Mills is going to take another regional title. All right, they're going to start breaking down the mats right now. We'll be back in a little bit for the finals.
Helping families is my passion. It's what I love to do. Hi, I'm Cheryl Yates with ERA Liberty Realty. I've established a reputation for making your journey simple regardless of your price point. They say it takes a village, so I work closely with other professionals in the industry to make your experience a smooth one from start to finish.
We're so happy that we chose Cheryl Yates with ERA Liberty Realty to help us during our buying and selling process. If you would like a 5-star experience from top to bottom, choose Cheryl Yates.
As an Eastern Panhandle native, I possess an insight and knowledge of the area that is essential to reaching your goals. Whatever your real estate needs may be, remember me. I'm the key to buying or selling your home.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Atkins, broadcast announcer with Home Team Sports TV, sales consultant here at O'Beckett Motors. Make a fast break to 838 East Moeller Avenue in Martinsburg. Come see me for a slam dunk of a deal.
Sir, go ahead and sign right there, and you can take your brand new XT4 home.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
There you go.
All right.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
This is Quintez McDonald Gibson from Integrity Home Mortgage. Come join the winning team today.
Juwan is the ultimate hype guy. I love him. He's always positive. He's always pepping them up and firing them up.
Parker, work, Parker, work, Parker, work, 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 work.
All right, we're back. Finals finalists are sitting here getting warmed up, ready to get going here in the next few minutes so they can get that regional title. Yeah, we talked about it. It looks like right now Spring Mills has locked up the team title, that's for sure. Then we'll give you the full standings here. Now we got Spring Mills. They're out in front with 205. Washington close with 173. That's a pretty big gap to make up just in your championship matches, though. And then the closest battle we have is going to be for second and third, or for second place. You got Washington sitting at 173. Musselman's at 170.5. This is where it's very important to pick up those bonus points, like we were talking about. Washington's got 7 kids in the finals. Spring Mills has 9. Have to check to see how many Musselman has out there. Hedgesville's bringing it up in fourth right now with 143. Martinsburg with 120. Jefferson at 87. And Hampshire with 83. So you kind of have that pride there on the bottom half with Jefferson and Hampshire. Obviously, no one wants to finish last. So we got our finals matches set up here. At 106, finals is going to be between... We have here at 106, Jack.
We've got Dallas Owens at 42-5 from Spring Mills. He's currently ranked 3rd in the state. He's a 9th grader going against Dura Goodwin from Musselman at 28-10. He's also a 9th grader.
Yep, you got Dallas Owens. He's another one. Very tough youth wrestler over the past few years. He's pretty widely known coming into the state tournament or into his freshman year. Across the state, people know who he is. He's definitely looking to be in that state finals match wrestling Garrett Johnson from Woodrow Wilson. There's a lot of debate online right now between coaches of who should be number 2 in the state. In my opinion, it is Dallas. Kid's very tough. He's got a tremendous practice partner in Matthew Dolan, which is one of the most important things you can ever have is your practice partner. That's you form a relationship with him and then kind of become your best friend. You talk to him all the time. You're together every day at practice, and he's got a great one in senior Matthew Dolan. So Dallas looking to finish his first regional title or first regional tournament strong and head into Huntington in here in a couple weeks. Trying to make a lot of noise and get Spring Mills high up on the getting everybody. This is the first time. It's pretty rare. This is awesome what Home Team Sports is doing. Seeing a couple people commentating and video and matches. I've already had some people message me, and they're watching wrestling right now through the app. So it's great to have people following along that weren't able to make it here today.
It's great for the kids.
Yep.
And they're taking it from the youth level to the college level. They got rights to broadcast some of Shepherd's games this year.
Yep, that's awesome.
So they're growing, and that'll just help the community grow.
Yeah, that's a great thing that the guys at Home Team Sports are doing. We got Keem Holmes and Shalinka with us today. Jawan's down in Florida. I think he's actually at Georgia Tech today for a basketball game with his college team that he coaches.
Yep, and the news is nothing but negativity, and you hear about these kids, and it's unfortunate, but what Home Team's doing is spotlighting all the positive things for kids, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, we got a lot of kids that graduated over the last few years that are actually Demetrius is doing it. We got Marcus Roper, he's doing it with basketball. These guys, quite a few more. All the guys with wrestling that are in their early 20s and teenage years that are giving back. You don't really see a lot of that talked about. Obviously, you do see a lot of the negatives, but as a guy who's been teaching for 15 years, trust me, the kids are nicer than they've ever been. You kind of get spotlighted on that negativity, and it's not actually like that in the real world for the most part. So we got kids here. They're out, they're warming up, they're drilling, they're talking. You'll watch people high-fiving each other. And these are kids that are on different teams, but wrestling's one of those things that it's a whole community. If you're a wrestler, it doesn't matter if you were a JV kid who was 4 and 100 throughout your high school career. but you talk to someone, you meet them as an adult, you're a wrestler, you kind of have something to talk about. It does kind of have that community feel everywhere you go. Wrestlers that have been wrestling for a while, you got people with cauliflower ear, you got another one that notices and it's, hey, where'd you wrestle at? And it's one of those, it's definitely a community sport, that's for sure. And you have the same things happening, Jack, that you do in football. Hey, when I was in high school, I could have done this.
A lot of Al Bundy stories.
Yeah,
a
lot of those stories. And the bigger stories are always man, I could have been a state champ, and then just the Uncle Ricos. If I could have, Coach, we could have won states if Coach would have put me in, that type of stuff. But it's all fun. So.
Well, we've been sitting here quite a while, and some of these kids, they were done very early, and they've been idle 2, maybe 3 hours.
That's true.
What would you do when you were wrestling in that position after you've warmed yourself up once extensively, you've competed, you've advanced because you had a bye, so you've only wrestled once. Yep. Now time has passed. How do you start the process up again?
You basically kind of have to do the same thing you do that you do at the beginning of the tournament. You got to go out, you got to get a good sweat in with your practice partner, really heavy drilling. You definitely want to get a sweat going while you're going, getting ready. You don't want to come straight out of the bleachers cold. You don't want to come out not prepared. And that break is something that does hurt some wrestlers, where I guarantee you there's at least one of these 28 kids that hasn't got out of the bleachers since he won his semifinal match. So going to make sure that as a coach that you get your kids ready. Here we have, before the finals rounds get started, we'll announce each finalist.
Your finalists at 113 pounds, Matthew Dolan.
We got Matthew Dolan against Leoy from Musselman. That'll be definitely a tough match for a freshman to come in and have that be your first regional final match as a kid like Matthew Dolan. But Leo, he'll go out there. He'll wrestle tough. And here we have our marquee matchup of the night, Kai Plensky versus Jacob Perry. Two of the absolute best kids in Region 2 and in the entire state. It's your number 1 and number 2 kids in the state right here.
Looking forward to that one.
And I definitely think those two will be beaten up on Saturday night in Huntington. And here you have the most unassuming, nicest kid you've ever met in your life, Logan McFarland. And just the sweetest kid I've ever met in my life. And he's got a tough opponent from Spring Mills. Both of them finished third at states last year. They're currently ranked 1 and 5 in the state right now. We got Ross Smelser. He came over from Musselman last year, and he's been absolutely tearing it up as a Spring Mills or Cardinal this year. We got Jimmy Todd versus Ross.
Your finalists at 138 pounds from Spring Mills, Landon Herndon.
Here you have Landon Herndon, who finished third last year as a freshman. He's currently ranked 8th in the state. He's that 8th seed or 8th ranking that he has. He's lost some matches that he shouldn't have. He's taken some lumps as a sophomore, but he's not predicted to place this year. But I think that'll definitely change when they get down to the state tournament.
All it takes, one upset.
Yep. And here you have Zach Meisenzahl, lost in the blood round last year in the deepest weight class in the state last year at 138. He's been on a tear this year. Finished third at Winner's Choice. Ranked third in the state right now. His opponent, Worthington from Musselman, he's not ranked, but Worthington did beat him last year during the season. They had some battles. Here we have Sam Stotler from Spring Mills versus Caleb Kershiznik. Both of them have been in the rankings all year. Caleb just dropped out after a couple tough losses. But I think both of them will make the podium in Huntington as well. Here we have a weight class that doesn't feature anyone from Spring Mills or Washington. We got Musselman versus Martinsburg there.
65 pounds from Spring Mills, Patrick Jackson.
There you got Patrick Jackson, one of the toughest kids in the state right now. Definitely number 1 in his weight class.
Braden Henderson.
We've got Braden Henderson from Musselman, so that'll be a tough matchup for Braden for sure.
Your finalist at 175 pounds from Washington, Chase Crutchley.
Chase Crutchley, another one of those two-sport athletes at Washington.
From Hedgesville, Colby Gray.
Wrestling Colby Gray from Hedgesville. That should be a good match. Kids are pretty evenly sized. They've wrestled a few times this year.
From Spring Mills, Nate Graham.
We got Nate Graham versus Garrett Falbo here at 175. They've wrestled
190.
190. Thank you, Jack. They've wrestled a couple times this year. Spring Mills has taken every one of those matches.
Finalist at 215 pounds. From Hedgesville, Drew Milton.
This should be another very evenly matched with Milton and Michael Graham. Michael Graham over the summer coming up from 195 last year to 215. He's definitely put in a lot of work, and his wrestling's improved tremendously from last year. Here you get another matchup of two state-ranked kids with Hasenbuehler from Martinsburg, who spent some time higher up in the rankings earlier in the year, took a couple losses. He's now ranked 5 versus Xavier Pollard from Musselman, who's ranked 7th in the state right now. That was a very, very tough bracket for heavyweight today at 285. One of those top 5 kids, unfortunately, didn't qualify for states. It's definitely the deepest bracket we had here today was heavyweight, which is good because over the years we've had heavyweight only have 3 or 4 kids into it. So now getting these bigger kids, football coaches finally realizing how great wrestling is for football. It's one of those things that football doesn't usually make you a better wrestler, but wrestler makes you a better football player, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It's free training. I mean, really.
Stand over here so I can actually see Jack. And then after each finals match, we'll try and get Jack to run down. We'll try and grab the champion so we can interview our champion for each weight class here. First match starting off here with Dallas Owens versus his Musselman opponent here. You got Goodwin from Musselman here. Dallas Owens into a quick takedown right off the bat. What Dallas is going to do here is got a deep half in, using his head to bury Goodwin's head. Through the legs in. Good way of controlling the hips here. As you'll see in all of our semifinals and finals matches, we'll have 2 refs. The second ref, he can't make any calls, but he can tell the head ref if he notices something, if he saw locked hands, or if he thinks they went out of bounds, or if something's illegal, he can point it out and the head ref can make that call.
Do they consult each other sometimes when there's a close call?
They do. They'll get together. If it looks like it was a takedown, you'll notice the head ref, he'll go and he'll ask for clarification. He'll ask that other ref, hey, what did you think? Do you think he had his hip covered? Do you think he was behind? Did time run out? Any of that. There goes Dallas. He's in on another takedown. Gives him a 4-1 lead here. Yeah, good one. He's gonna have to base up. That's you don't want to be on bottom head in the mat with a forearm in the back of your head for a minute.
When you're on the bottom in one of those positions, time stands still.
Yeah. 2 minutes doesn't seem long, but 2 minutes of continuous wrestling, a minute of attempting to get off bottom and not being able to get off bottom is definitely longer than your normal minute. And what Dallas is doing, he's letting him up to kind of trying to open up the match some. He's giving him a point. And he'll be able to extend his lead with more and more takedowns here. Dallas doing a good job of controlling every aspect of the match right now. He's got heavy hands going. He's pushing the pace. He's got Goodwin on his heels, getting into those good shots. If he keeps taking him out of bounds there, with him going forward, he'll get a Goodwin hit for stalling. Dallas going to choose down in the second.
Do you want to explain to him about deferring real quick?
Yeah, so at the end of each period, you'll notice that the ref's going to flip a disc. It's going to be red or green. Whichever wrestler's red or green gets choice. You can either go top, bottom, neutral, or you can do what's called defer. And if you defer, that means that you're essentially the same as what you would do in football of deferring to the second half. You're choosing to let them choose what they do. And then good one will get choice in the third if it makes it that far. Looks like Dallas is going to pick up a fall for his first regional title. A lot of time left on the clock with Goodwin on his back. Got a deep half. He's going to try and lift that leg, maybe go to a cradle. Yep, lost it. Got legs in. He's extending them with the power half here. There's a lot of pressure on that shoulder. Goodwin's feeling like he's got to turn. He's going to start getting some back points here. Only got a 3 count, so he'll pick up 2 back points when he releases the hold. Looks like he's going to stay with and try and get it again. Dallas is pumped up, kind of giving the Musselman fans a little bit of eyes when they go out of bounds. A little bit of a head game, trying to let him know where he's at right now. He's a very tough wrestler. He wrestles everybody aggressive. He's not going to back down from anybody. He'll be right there in the mix to vie for that state title here in a couple weeks. Working that power half again, going to get his legs extended. He got all his back points, so he's going to pick up 3 more near fall.
We got to be getting pretty close to a tech fall here, don't you think?
Yeah, I can't tell what the score is, but he's got a...
You got the score on your phone?
I can pull it up here, Coach. They chose to go neutral. Definitely didn't want to go back underneath of Dallas, but there's the tech fall.
That's it.
Dallas Owens wins his first regional title with a tech fall. Third period. 17-2. And we're going to try and get each regional champ to join us, so we can talk to each one, let them know or see how they're feeling going into the state tournament. Let them get their thoughts on each match. All right, we're getting started here with Landon Leoy versus a super tough test in Matthew Dolan.
He's nationally ranked, if I'm not
He is.
mistaken.
He's been in the, I think he's around 14 or 15 at 113 for seniors right now in the country. He went down. He's looking to make quick work of it. Puts in a deep half. He picks up a fall. Wins his 4th regional title. He's heading to Huntington looking for his 3rd state title here in a couple weeks.
Well, that's 12 more team points for Spring Mills right off the bat.
Key was just asking. He said that kid's a beast. He absolutely is. There's not really too many people touching him in the state of West Virginia. And right now we have our
match of the day.
Marquee matchup right here. Match of the day. Kai Plinsky, ranked number 1 in the state, freshman, Washington High School, versus Jacob Perry, junior, Spring Mills, ranked number 2 in the state. This one won't be a slow match. I don't see a quick fall happening with these 2 wrestlers. They're both very talented. Kai's coming out heavy ties. Gets a little force out there. We'll see who tries to engage and score first. A lot of feeling each other out at the beginning. You'll see a lot of putting hands on each other, trying to feel for that position. They're moving, heavy hands to the head. Underhook attempt there from Kai. You'll see a little bit of a size difference. Perry's obviously the bigger wrestler, more mature, physically bigger. He's probably cutting a decent amount to make 120. Kai started the season attempting to make 106. He's definitely came into his own, filling out that 120. Getting in there. We got Dallas Owens and Matthew Dolan. They're going to join us here, talk to us a little bit during this match. We'll talk to Dallas first.
All right, here comes Dallas Owens.
All right. Hey, Dallas, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on that first regional title.
Thank you.
How's it feel coming in your freshman year, jumping straight into a team like Spring Mills, coming right into that lineup and having a practice partner, which is sitting here right now, and Matthew?
I mean, it's real nice. Our team's really good, and having Matthew, Perry, Pat, and all of them work with me has got me way better. I wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for them, and it just feels great to come out here and be champion as a freshman.
That's good. And right now there's some debate on if you're ranked 2 or 3 in the state. I said it earlier. I think you're definitely 2.
100%.
There you go, 100%. That is the confidence that we talked about that all kids try and bring to the practice room, to matches, to tournaments. And when he goes to Huntington here in 2 weeks, he's not going to shy away from Garrett Johnson. That's definitely not going to happen. Have you wrestled Johnson this year?
Yes, we wrestled at Winners Choice Finals. He beat me 4-0 in tight match.
Yep, so a 4-0 match. That's definitely not a match that's a blowout by any means. That's a winnable match the very next time. And in my mind, Dallas Owens is definitely the number 2 wrestler in the state. He proved he's by far the best wrestler in the region. We talked about practice partners being super important. He brought up his entire team. He's got a bunch of upperclassmen that he's around. He'll be looking to lead that team here in the next couple years as the younger group comes in. So, Dallas, congratulations. Good luck here coming up in a couple weeks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to Matthew Dolan real quick here. All right, we got Matthew Dolan, who's probably wrestled 4 total minutes in 4 regional tournaments over the past 4 years. One of the absolute most dominant wrestlers in the state, looking to win his 3rd state title here in a couple weeks, won his 4th regional title, but his tournament starts in a couple weeks. He knows that. So he's got, same thing, he's got great practice partners, got great coaches, lifelong Iron Eagle kid. We talked about them. What are your thoughts on the match here with, obviously, you know both of them, been teammates with Perry for a long time. You know Kai really well. Match 3 here in the rubber match. What are your thoughts here? Obviously, I know who you're pulling for.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tight match. It's going to be the finals match at States. This match, I mean, just sort of seeing what we need to work on to lead up to States. I mean, just to get Perry ready.
Yeah, and we talked about that. Both of these teams have good coaches. They're not going to do the same things match after match. Spring Mills is very well coached. So they're not going to come the same way. These guys have wrestled twice now. Matthew, what are your thoughts on Huntington here in a couple weeks? What are you looking to do
excited. Excited to get my 3rd state title, put on a show, maybe win OW if I'm lucky.
We talked about that. He's going for his 3rd. He's one of the seniors that's looking to win multiple state titles in his career. His brother got 3 as well. Speaking of your brother, he's at West Virginia. You committed to wrestle at WVU as well.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on next year at 125? You looking to redshirt, or you want to jump right in with Cardinale graduating?
I'd be excited to jump right in there and get banging, but it's up to the coaches. If they think I'm too small or something, just take that year, get bigger. But I'm going to spend this summer getting bigger, getting ready for this upcoming season.
We talked about Matthew. He's a college coach's dream. With looks like he can be a 4-year starter at 125. That's very big at the college level to be able to do that. He's got big shoes to fill with Killian Cardinale, a couple-time All-American at WVU. He's looking to go right in and get it done here when he gets there. And I've said it to anybody that's ever asked that the kid is completely ready to wrestle at the college level when it comes to riding on top. That bonus point for riding time is going to be is going to happen with Matthew a lot. Kid rides tough on top, better than anybody I've seen for a long time. So, all right, buddy. Go watch
Thank
this
you.
match, and good luck to you guys down to States.
Thank you.
There you have it. We talked Spring Mills 106-113 and Dallas Owens and Matthew Dolan, and both of them go right to their teammates and talk about their coaches. Very confident kids, but they're also humble kids. And guys locked up a cradle here. In on a good shot.
Are we at 0-0 still?
1-1.
1-1?
Both wrestlers got escapes. If it stays here, we'll go to overtime with a takedown that wins it. You see Kai stepped out of bounds, so we're going to get a stoppage there. Both wrestlers started their choice. They chose down. We're able to get their ones. And then now we're heading into deep waters here. Kai's in on his second shot. Looking to turn that corner and finish. He wants to put it up on his hip, but he's got the knee brace on. He wants to put that foot up on the hip and shelf it.
Same exact shot as before.
He's staying tight. That's close to 2, but doesn't have the hip cover. That's 2. And Kai just takes a 3-1 lead late in the third period. And like Matthew talked about it, this right here is most likely going to be our rematch of the state finals. Both of them have kind of dominated their way through the 3 and below wrestlers. So you never know. Obviously, you get down to the state tournament, upsets happen, but this match right here is a very good indicator of where we'll be 2 Saturdays from now. Perry was hit with a caution. You got to get hit with 3 cautions to get a point, so no worry there. Just for jumping the whistle. Kai's a good top wrestler. He rides legs. He's tough. Perry's in on a leg here. Kai's going to try and keep his hip heavy. Perry's trying to roll, hit a Peterson here, put Kai to his back. Very tough position. Kai wants to keep Perry's head down. He's got his 1. It's 3-2 here. Perry's going to really turn up the pace here.
Yeah,
try and get that takedown to win. He's in deep on a shot. Kai wants to keep his hips heavy here. Doesn't want to let Perry build up. Perry's got the hands locked on it. Kai takes and looks back at the clock. And Kai's going to pick up his first regional title. Very, very good match.
Good match.
Hopefully we see that same match again, state tournament here in a couple weeks. That's the first time I've seen Kai show emotion after a win. He's obviously very pumped up. Big rival between him and Jacob Perry. Now we have 2 kids who finished second at states last year, and Landon Hoffman for Spring Mills. He's a senior versus Logan McFarland, sophomore out of Washington High School. They've wrestled a couple times in the past with Logan coming out on top both times. Nice knee pick. Out of bounds, no takedown. Got to be in the blue there, in the circle, with both feet in to finish your takedown. Looks like Landon's going to take him down. Landon Hoffman with a takedown, gets a little high, falls off the top, and Logan McFarland's going to pick up a reversal. Landon wanted to keep his hips back, but when he goes to throw those legs in, Logan pops his hips, he comes over the top. Logan's a very lanky wrestler. He's got long arms, very deceptively strong on top. He's got a really good tight waist. His hand will go all the way around Landon's back when he gets that tight waist in there. It's very hard to move. A lot of pressure coming forward on Hoffman's upper back. We're tied here 2-2, halfway through the first period. Ref's going to call a stalemate. Stalemate's when basically both wrestlers are kind of in an immovable position. There's no action going on. Ref will call stalemate, restarted.
False start. No.
Logan's putting on a tough ride here, trying to end this first period 2-2. Looks like he's working for a tilt here. Hoffman did a good job keeping his shoulders down, not giving up any back points there. Short time, not going to get any back points here. We're going to end up 2-2 at the end of the first. All right, Spring Mills decision. They're going to defer. Logan's going to go down. All right, looks like we got Kai Plinsky. He's going to come over and join us. Hoffman just got his second caution. That could prove to be costly. Remember, 3 cautions equals a point. He just got his second one early before we even start the second period. Here we got Kai Plinsky, freshman, just won his first regional title. Ranked number 1 in the state. Just beat the number 2 kid in the state for the second time in a row.
Thank you.
Looking to head to Huntington and win another tournament. So congratulations, Kai.
Thank you, sir.
How do you think that match went?
I think it went well the whole match. I was productive on my feet. Got a couple shots, but just ended up couldn't finish it. But I mean, it was a great match. Perry's a tough kid. I mean, couldn't ask for a better regional match. I'm just hoping to have that match again at state finals.
We talked with Dallas and Matthew about practice partners. Your practice partner is wrestling right now. Logan just picked up a reversal. He's got a 4-2 lead halfway through the second period here. How important is it having a kid like Logan for you and a kid like you for him in the practice room?
It's a great thing. I mean, like, you guys both push each other to a point where you guys get uncomfortable and you guys learn new positions. So, I mean, it's a great benefit to have a partner like Logan. That kid's a stud.
Yep. He is. You guys are both ranked number 1 in the state. I had no doubt in my mind you guys are going to pick up some state titles here in a couple weeks. You both have tough matches. Logan's got a tough freshman in Johnny Knight. You looks like we're going to have a good rematch with you and Perry for the 4th match of the season. You've picked up the last 2. I know he beat you in the first match. Doing a 1-point match, and that was your first time. We talked a little bit about before. That was your first time coming up to 120. You started the season at 106. Tough weight cut. Decided what was best for your journey to a state title was to come up to 120, and you've beaten the state runner-up twice already. So it's looking like that state title is going to go through 120. Got to go through Kai Plinsky to get there. We got Logan McFarland right now looking pretty dominant on top. We mentioned some teams' coaches, Spring Mills coaches, Washington coaches, get you guys ready. Obviously, you never got to wrestle for me in there, but you got Tyler Sigler, who was a 2-time state place winner for Washington. How is it having what used to be your kind of club coach coming into the high school level where it's not as laid back and it's more serious at the high school level? How's that?
It's a great thing. He pushes us more than any other coach I've had so far. So, I mean, same kind of thing. I mean, he's a great coach I have in the room. Would love to have you again, but it happens.
Yeah, but he's still he's young. He's still able to wrestle. He's not too much bigger than you. Then you got Gus Deans on the smarter, calmer side with it. And, we got other wrestlers, Cade Bradbury coming back in the room and helping out. Logan doesn't let that leg go. He's going to get hit for stalling here. But, so I'll let you go finish this match. Congratulations on that first regional title, hopefully of 4. Go get that state title, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Will do. Thank you, guys.
All right. That was Kai Plinsky. He's excited about it. Once there's caution number 3. 1 point's going to go to Logan McFarland.
So what are we at now? 5-2?
Yeah, Spring Mills coaches are arguing the caution calls, but it's his third calls. We got a little bit of chippiness between coaches going on right now, arguing back and forth. So you got some Tyler Sigler, he's young. Dustin Bowers, passionate coach as well. You'll definitely have it. Everybody's out there wanting what's best for their kids, and as coaches, you get into the match the same way. You go to war with these kids in your mind every match as well. So being in that practice room, we spend more time with our wrestlers than we do our own kids during the wrestling season. So you form some pretty close bonds there. His coach Logan's going to ride a very good tight waist. It seems like Hoffman's he's struggling to get off bottom with a kid like Logan on top.
He's got him tied up real tight.
You can see that tight waist. That's coming around all the way halfway across the back. Riding that one-on-one on the other side, riding that wrist. He's going to try and pull it out onto the back. And then what seems like other people that aren't really familiar with matches, it might seem like it's not a lot of action, but to wrestling fans, what's going on? Some high-level wrestling right now with Logan on top. Very tough ride. Looks like Landon's not doing much, but trust me, he's trying to get off bottom. It's just Logan's one of the best kids in the state on top, and he's riding a very good tight waist right now.
He's got the tight waist sunk in again on him.
Got a tight waist, really driving that chest forward into the back of Hoffman, putting a lot of forward pressure down. A lot of fans, coaches want a stall call out of Hoffman, but I don't think he's stalling. It's just he's making that attempt to get off bottom. It's tough when you got a guy like Logan on top. Logan's going to look to get some back points here. And Logan McFarland picks up his first regional title. Sophomore, Washington High School. He lost a close one in overtime last year to Jacob Perry in the regional finals, which his teammate Kai just wrestled. Now we got a tough matchup here for Jimmy Todd. He's got Ross Melser. Ross is he was one who's really turned his wrestling around in the last couple years. He went from a kid who was going to be 500 at the end of the year to now he's sitting ranked in the state for the first time. He's definitely looking to make the podium in Huntington here in a couple weeks. Got a tight cradle locked up on Jimmy Todd. All right, and then we got our quickest guy to come over because someone asked him to, and he's never going to say no. The nicest guy I've ever met in my life, Logan McFarland. Congratulations, Logan.
Thank you, Griff.
That's your first regional title after last year having a heartbreaker in overtime against Jacob Perry, who your teammate just beat. How's it feel to get that first regional title?
Awesome.
All right, and so you're going in to the state tournament in a week and a half or 2 weeks, and you will be ranked number 1 in the state.
Yep.
You've beat all the kids that are below you, or you've beat kids who have beat them. You got a tough kid named Johnny Knight from Bridgeport, who you could possibly see in the finals. What are your thoughts going into the state tournament here in 2 weeks?
Just do your best and give it 110%.
That's why I love it. So how do you think that match went? You did a great job of controlling on top. The score wasn't a blowout, but you never relinquished control with from top. He never got a reversal, never got an escape. You wrestled super tough from top, great tight waist.
Thank you.
Where do you think you got that toughness from on top?
Where I think you got it toughness?
Where'd you get your toughness from on top?
From you guys.
From us. I had the fortunate to be able to coach Logan last year when he got third at states. Absolutely dominated 4 of his 5 matches at the state tournament with first period pins. And then unfortunately fell a little short in the quarters, but he battled back and got third. And then now he's looking to turn that around with a championship coming up this week. How do you like having Kai as a practice partner?
Awesome. He works me.
Yep.
Does really well.
That's good. What about your coaches?
They're awesome too, Tyler and Justine.
All right, and even though it's not the healthiest thing, but Logan, what's your go-to morning drink every day the morning of a tournament?
My go-to morning drink, Mountain Dew.
A little bit of Mountain Dew gets Logan ready to go. All right, buddy. Good luck here in
Thank you.
2 weeks, and I expect that state title to come to Washington High School.
Thank you, Griff.
All right. Later, Logan.
There you go. Thank you.
Congrats. Logan McFarland, he's one of the quietest, most assuming kids you're ever going to meet. Definitely one of the toughest kids you'll ever see on the wrestling mat. I've seen a coach last year at a tournament. He high-fived his kid before the match, and the kid said under 15 seconds. Or the coach said under 15 seconds, and the kid said, I'm going to pin him in under 10. Logan pinned him in 12 seconds. All right, and while we were talking to Logan, Ross made a pretty quick work out of Jimmy Todd. Like I said, Jimmy's given up a decent amount of weight. Ross is a tough kid. He was able to pick up a fall in the first period against James Todd. So we'll have Ross join us here in a little bit. All right, now we got Landon Herndon. Landon's wrestling
Jordan
Salinas
out of Martinsburg.
Salinas got a pretty good record at 47-13. They wrestle a lot of matches. Herndon's at 34-14. They both have about the same amount of losses, but Herndon's losses are definitely to some pretty top competition. They wrestle same kind of schedule that Washington does. Spring Mills wrestles a lot of tough kids, a lot of tough tournaments. And now we got regional champ Ross Smelser is joining us here from Spring Mills. All right, welcome, Ross. Congratulations on that regional title.
Thank you, man.
So heading into the state tournament, you're ranked at the moment. You're ranked.
They got me at 6.
They got you at 6, right? You say they got you at 6. I'm guessing you don't like being at 6, right?
Not at all. I know I'm not 6 in the state. I know I'm higher than that.
There you go. So that's the confidence that we want to hear out of all of these kids. There's no cockiness to it. They're confident in their abilities. Ross, you made the move to Spring Mills. How do you like having those new practice partners, new coaches? It's definitely looks like you're wrestling tougher than I've ever seen you wrestle before. You're wrestling aggressive. You're scoring more points. You look great out there. How do you like wrestling for Anthony and Dustin and new practice partners you have?
I love it. There's a lot of good kids in the room. You get better every day. Working with Patrick, Matthew, Perry, Landon, all of them. They all make you better every day.
That's good. And we talked with Dallas. He had the same stuff to say. Obviously, you're losing 2 state champs off your team next year. So it's going to be up to you guys and Perry and Dallas to step up and take that team over. How does it feel that that's kind of going to be your all's team and your teammate right now, Landon, kind of your all's team next year? And even though you guys are all doing amazing in your own right and everything else, you kind of had the shadow of Dolan and Jackson over the Spring Mills program, and now it's going to be you guys taking charge next year.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We just got to live up to it. We should have, hopefully, 4 state champions next year. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing, keep getting better every day.
That's good. I mean, so you guys are definitely a super tough room. You got kids right beside each other for practice partners. That's important. You got your practice partner, Landon Herndon, right here. You got 3rd in states last year. He's taken some tough losses this year that he would tell you that he definitely shouldn't have taken. And I think come state tournament-wise, him being ranked 8th in the state definitely isn't going to hold, same as you. There's a lot of kids that might have won some close matches earlier in the year where you get down to Huntington and it's a whole different part of the season there. What are you looking forward to when you get down to Huntington?
Just doing my thing, wrestling the best I know I can. Just put it all out there.
There you go.
That's all I can do.
There you go. So we got Ross Smelser here. Is that your first regional title?
Yeah, it is.
There it is. So got his first regional title today. Looking to add a state podium finish here in a couple weeks. All right, buddy. Congratulations. Good luck next week, man.
Thank you.
There we got Landon Herndon here. He's in control of Jordan Salinas. Pretty tough kid in Landon Herndon. He's been wrestling a long time. Knows a lot about wrestling. Like I said, he's taken some losses that you wouldn't normally think that he would take this year, but that's all part of the sport. You kind of go ups and downs. He had a couple rough spots, but when that state tournament rolls around, I see a lot of those matches going the other way.
Yeah, he's ranked 8th currently. I think he's a little bit higher than that, quite honestly.
Yeah, he's lost some that he shouldn't. There's also some other kids in that weight class with Carmen. I think he's all the way down at 6 now when he was up at 1 at one point. So a lot of those kids took some losses in there. So that weight class is definitely pretty wide open. Landon picks up another takedown here.
What's the toughest weight class in the state this year, in your opinion? Deepest, I guess.
132, your top three are really, really good. A lot of the weight classes are, you got your definite ones and twos. I think 144 is probably would be my guess on the deepest for your best. Once you get through the first three, it kind of spreads out a little bit, but 44 is really tough. Your top two are Braden Lucas out of Wheeling Park and Moses Eads out of St. Albans, with Zach Meisenzahl coming in at number 3. But it's pretty spread out. A lot of kids, a lot of tough kids. You can see a lot of people placed there. And Landon Herndon finishes with a spladle. Definitely doesn't look like a comfortable position viewing it or actually being in the move. So here we have Landon Herndon picked up another state title or regional title. Looking to get it done here in a couple weeks. And in Region 2, we currently talk about state rankings. We have 21 kids out of the 14 weight classes that are ranked in the state. To be all-state, you got to place top 6. And right now, we got Zach Meisenzahl versus Brady Worthington. Like I said, this is Worthington Brady might not be ranked, but he's beaten Meisenzahl before last year in a dual match, and then in the regional semifinals, Meisenzahl was able to pick up a little redemption and beat him in a really tight match in the semis last year, regionals. Now they're meeting in the regional finals. And then earlier this year, Meisenzahl has picked up a win and pinned Worthington this season, but I don't think it's going to be an easy walk-through match for Meisenzahl out here. Worthington's very, very strong.
He's sitting at 37-10. That's not a bad record at all.
37-10 on the year. And you got Meisenzahl at 30-9, obviously 31-9 now after his semifinal win. Got a little break in action here. We got a little trouble with the score, it looks like, or with the timer. All right, looks like we're ready to go. All right, we'll be joined by Landon Herndon here shortly as we hopefully get, that looks like we had something come unplugged.
Yeah, it's a second issue they've had with that thing. Sometimes technology's not as good as the old stuff.
Yeah, the old flip charts and things like that.
Yeah.
But now everything's ran digitally. Most of the tournaments we run something called track wrestling. You can find it online at trackwrestling.com. It shows the brackets. It shows kids' records, team scores, how many points individuals scored. We use it for youth league all the way through college. It's a very good tool with wrestling now, with Flow Wrestling and companies like that. We're getting way more access to it. Instead of just showing up to a tournament, we can watch tournaments nationwide with Flow Wrestling and Track Wrestling. We can follow along kids once they've moved away or once they're in college. We can watch matches all over the country now. It's pretty good.
Definitely a lot more exposure for the sport.
Yep, and exposure. You've seen that recently with the huge boom in girls wrestling. Absolutely blown up. Spring Mills has a girl that's going to Paige Jackson. She's going to Lock Haven next year. All right, we got Landon Herndon here. All right, Landon Herndon, congratulations on your second regional title.
Thank you.
We talked a little bit with your teammates about what you guys expect when you get down to Huntington. We talked about right now you're ranked 8th in the state.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure that you are not happy about that, and you do not feel that you're ranked 8th in the state.
No, sir.
Yeah, because we talked about it. You've taken some bumps. You've lost some matches that you know that you shouldn't have. Your coaches know you shouldn't have, and wrestling's one of those sports we can talk about that because you know that the kid's not going to get whiny about it. You know that you shouldn't have lost those matches. Your coaches talk to you about it. And in my mind, you're definitely above that 8th ranking, and you're going to prove it here in the next couple weeks because a lot of those matches you lost, close matches. I don't see that happening twice.
No, sir. I'm going down there to state tournament, prove everybody wrong. number 8 seed. I'm upset everybody. I'm going to win the tournament.
That is absolutely what I love to hear. I know that last year you had an upsetting loss. You were, in my opinion, the absolute best wrestler in the state last year at your weight class, coming in as a freshman. And it's kind of that, and I've joked with your coaches about it, that Spring Mills coached curse to the freshmen of both Dolan's, you, where it was, I thought you were definitely going to win that state title. You take a loss. A loss like that last year and a couple bumps that you've taken this year, how does that help to fuel you in the practice room? You came out here, absolutely dominated your second regional tournament. Then you got 2 weeks to prepare, a week and a half to prepare. How do those losses, because I know for me, losses always fueled me way more than to win. So how's that, how do you use that?
I've been practicing harder than anybody around here, and the losses will not happen again. I'll get it done this time.
Absolutely. Good luck when you get down there, and I know that you have, obviously, in my opinion, like with where you guys set up at with your practice partners, you definitely have a top 2 or 3 best room in the state for you guys with practice partners. You got your right there in a row of 6 to 20, right in a row. They got you, Ross, and Stotler right in a row, leading right into Patrick. You guys got big guys that are kind of young and new to the sport, but when I watch them wrestle, they're all out there absolutely banging, wrestling super tough. So I'm assuming the practice room looks exactly like that. And the way you guys wrestle in matches, is that how it kind of goes in practice too?
Yeah, I bang with Patrick every day, get better. I can't say much. I have the best practice partners in the state.
That's great. You got a 138-pound kid wrestling with one of the best 165ers in the country every day. You have no choice but to get better. You guys, obviously, I mean, it's not official, but it's official. You guys are going to win another regional title here. You guys got second at states last year as a team, which is the highest finish out of any Eastern Panhandle team since the 60s, which we won't worry about those years. So, I mean, you've definitely been up there. Finishing high at the state tournament as a team. Individuals, you guys got a loaded team. What's the team goal for this year when you guys head down there?
We're getting a chip when I lose.
There it is. Get that championship individual. And now we talked about it a little bit. We got a break so we can talk to you longer here. Wrestling's one of those things that is understandably so. You want your kids to be selfish. You want your kids to want to win and worry about themselves. But when they do that, it makes an entire team better. So if you have 14 kids who are all trying to get that same goal and they're all wanting to win that state title, it makes your team better. And right now you guys are doing it right there with the top 3 and 4 teams in the state. You guys are definitely right there in the mix. You have some toughness opponents with Wheeling Park and University and South, obviously. You guys dropped a duel where it's not a very good matchup for you guys in a duel with South. But in tournament-wise, I think you guys blow them away. Your biggest competition tournament-wise will probably be University and Wheeling Park. They're pretty deep teams, just like you guys are. So if everybody goes down there and gets selfish and tries to get that title, you guys should be able to get it done. So congratulations. Good luck. Hey, get it done, Landon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Then Meisenzahl, he was taken down on the restart by Worthington. He's found himself in a hole here early in the match.
Yeah, he's currently ranked 3rd in the state.
Yep, Meisenzahl's 3rd in the state. He was very definitively number 3 throughout after the winner's choice. He lost a tough one, a kid named Moses Eads, who's ranked number 2 in the state. He's wrestling a tough opponent right now, and Brandon Worthington, who might not be ranked, but Worthington is definitely no slouch. He's up on Meisenzahl right now, the 3rd-ranked wrestler in the state, 2-1 here in the first period with 40 seconds to go. Hits a little arm spin, looking to come out on top. Worthington did a good job of catching that arm, and he's going to put Meisenzahl to his back. He's looking to get a fall here. This will be a huge upset. Huge upset. Meisenzahl's going to pop off his back, but he gives up 5. He's going to give up 5 and then get a reversal here. So he's going to go down 7-3. Still a lot of time left in this match. Looks like he's probably going to finish the first period on top. We're going to go 7-3 into the second period. Very close to a fall. Meisenzahl was able to avoid the fall. Definitely wasn't pinned. He's going to defer, and looks like Worthington's going to go down. Only 4 minutes left in the match here. If Meisel wants to pull it out, he's going to have to start putting some points on the board. Worthington's in a really good position right now to win this match. Granby's out. Looks like he's going to get a reversal here. Nope. Meisel stays on top. Very close.
Yep, couldn't finish it.
Meisel's in what we call a Merkel. And we got, looks like we're going to have blood time. And that's very unfortunate for Meisel because he was putting Worthington to his back. Worthington's nose starts bleeding. And we go instant stoppage anytime somebody's bleeding. So when the blood time comes up, the trainer will have 5 minutes to get it stopped.
How many Washington kids came through the JJWA program?
No, they got to stop pretty quick. Washington right now, their entire team has pretty much wrestled at JJWA or at Charlestown, if not both. We're actually going to go to commercial. We got to clean the mat up here, so we'll take a couple second break and be right back. We're back here, got blood stop for Worthington, and got the mat cleaned up. Still in a 7-3 match here, starting the second period. Worthington does a really good job of scoring. Very
nice
strong
switch.
kid, takes a 9-3 lead. About a minute and a half to go in the second period. Meisel's going to hop over and pick up a reversal of his own. That keeps that 4-point lead for Worthington, though, 9-5. Zach's trying to work to a turn, but time is short here right now. Looks like we got blood again. This doesn't. Worthington definitely wants the match to keep going, wants more seconds to tick off the clock, doesn't want it to keep getting stopped. They'll plug it. He's got to keep, they'll get it stopped, get the mat cleaned up. This gives Meisel a break, which Worthington doesn't want. Gives him time to talk to his coaches and figure out what he needs to do to get back in this match. And then at the end, the conclusion of the 285, we'll try and get Coach Rigabudo over here to speak with us, or maybe we can catch him during one of the matches where he's not doesn't have a kid in the match, which isn't too many of them. All right, looks like we're all cleaned up, getting ready to go. Minute to go in the second period, 9-5 Worthington.
Spring Mills does not have a person in 285. Maybe we can get Coach up here then.
Worthington got one. We got a 10-5 match here. Meisel's definitely going to want to get a takedown to end this period before he gets choice. If he can get a takedown and only be down 10-7 going into the third period, that would be big for him, getting an escape and a takedown to tie it up. But he definitely wants to score here. Worthington's and he's going to score. Looking for back points here. He's got that bottom elbow. He's looking to step through. If he can get a big lift here, he might be able to put him to his back and collect some back points heading into this final period. What Meisel wants to do is a big step and step through the legs and keep that bottom elbow, which he's got. He's got time, and he's collecting back points here. He might be able to collect a fall. That's It's close to a fall. Andy picks up a fall. Big come from behind victory. Mizensall shows a little bit of chippiness, enthusiasm, steps over top of Worthington, stares down the coaches. His coaches will get on him about that. A lot of these guys, big rivalries, just like in football and basketball. Everybody's obviously a competitor. A lot of them don't seem to like each other too much when it comes to being on the wrestling mat. We got a lot of teenage kids that this is their life and absolutely love it. So they put a lot of emotion into these matches. For 4 straight months, your entire life revolves around one thing, and that's winning matches. Here we got Caleb Krashiznik wrestling Sam Stotler. Caleb right into a headlock, puts Stotler to his back. Right at the bat, Sam Stotler's returning regional champion. Won a couple matches at States last year, lost 2 matches shy of placing. Caleb not quite into criteria to get a fall or get any back points. He's working, a lot of time left on the clock, and that headlock is deep. He's going to start getting back points now. He's in a good position to maybe get a fall here. He's leaning into it. Very, very tight headlock. Caleb Krashiznik's a strong kid. He's a very big 150-pounder. Needs to elevate that head. He'll be able to get a fall, but it looks like Stotler's doing a good job of staying on his hip and wrapping around. Yep. Once that settles down, now it's in a very tough position. Krashiznik's trying to elevate that head. And he picked up a fall. That is a redemption match. I'm seeing Caleb Krashiznik so enthusiasm for the first time. Not usually a emotional guy. Pumped up against an opponent he's wrestled some close matches with. He's lost every match against Stotler this season. Able to pick up a first period fall via headlock.
He caught him quick. He caught him early, and that's a long time to be in that position.
And he did a very good job. He didn't rush it. He took his time. Kind of let Stotler wear himself out. Was able to settle in and get that fall. All right, we're joined here by Zach Mizensall from Washington High School, currently ranked number 3 in the state. Zach, you've wrestled Worthington a couple times before. I know he beat you once last year. You got a redemption match in the semis and regionals. You pinned him this year when you guys wrestled. Had to do a little bit of a come from behind. What were your thoughts going to that third period when you were down by 5? Or down by 4, sorry, 7-3.
Just got to get the fall here.
So you were looking for that fall. You know, it's a lot of time for a guy to kind of lay around. Worthington, not as flashy of a wrestler, but seems to be very strong. Stays in really good position.
Yeah.
He rolls a lot. I know that he beat us last year with a couple rolls.
Yeah.
Beat us with a couple rolls. You were able to kind of slow that down. He was able to get in on some shots. Do you think you went into the match a little overconfident, or you think he had a good game plan coming in?
I just wasn't ready for that, you know.
All right, so you were able to battle back. That shows a lot of heart there. You're down. You're never stopping wrestling. Always in position to get falls.
Yep.
You pick up a lot of falls in your matches. You score a lot of points. You're always looking to score, and even though you might give up points, a lot of the times you never really seem to get down. You're always looking to score late in the matches, even when you're down by 5 or 6 and you can't win the match. I've never seen you just lay there and kind of ride out and let the kid have an easy last 30 seconds of a match. What do you think? Where do you think that comes from? Your toughness?
I have an older brother, so he beat me up a lot. So
his older brother, 2-time 4th place finisher for us, Tyler Mizensall, currently in the Naval Academy, sprint football national champion this year. I actually saw him in the building here a little bit ago. Great family, the Mizensalls. Knows family really well. Got a younger brother that'll be coming through Washington here in the next 4 years, 5th grader. Whole family of tough wrestlers. Your practice partners, how do you think that helps with these matches with obviously Washington schedule, Spring Mill schedules? You guys wrestle really tough schedules. Going undefeated, only losing 2 or 3 matches isn't going to happen with your all's schedule. So how does those practice partners and that tough schedule help you out this time in the season?
Just better prepared for what's going to come.
All right, so you guys are definitely wrestling there. You had a really good winner's choice tournament. You lost only to the kid who's currently ranked number 2 in the state. You've had a good match with a kid who's ranked number 1 in the state right now. You guys are going in. Obviously, you're going to be the number 3 ranked kid in the state. What do you think it's going to take to get over the hump against one of them 2 in the semis?
Just hard work, staying with it.
Hard work, staying with it. Good. All right. Well, congratulations on your first regional title. I saw your teammate just picked up a regional title with a first period fall over a kid who's beat him a couple times, a kid who you had some battles with last year. You were able to pick up a win in the state tournament against him last year, Sam Stotler. I know you lost a close one in the regional finals to him last year. How's it feel having a guy that you're super close with, somebody that you practice with every day? You see him all the time over the summer, and Caleb, seeing him get his first regional title too.
Yeah, it's awesome. We're great friends, and it's good to see him win.
All right, well, good luck down in Huntington, and congratulations on that regional title.
Thank you.
All right, and what we've seen so far with every wrestler coming out of from 6 to 44 coming out of Washington or Spring Mills, common denominators, you got great practice partners in the room, tough schedules, coaches that do their homework. They're constantly watching film, or they're watching other teams there, and you got to build that program from the youth levels up. We mentioned JJWA and Iron Eagles, and those are 2 big driving forces for these top 2 teams in the region.
Also, each of those kids, as you said, they show a ton of confidence, but they're great kids. They're humble, and they've got humility to them.
Yep. Right here, we have a match between Musselman and Martinsburg here. Who do we have?
We got a Colin Edwards against Caleb Deeds.
Yep. Colin Edwards versus Caleb Deeds out of Martinsburg and Musselman. We got 35 and 17 on the year for senior Colin Edwards, and we got 38 and 16 for sophomore Caleb Deeds. We got a match here that does involve either Washington or Spring Mills, and now we're going to be joined by Caleb Krashiznik, who just picked up his first regional title. All right, Caleb, you finished runner-up at regionals last year, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then you lost blood round at the state tournament. How's it feel coming back? You beat a kid who's beat you a couple times this year. First period fall, nice headlock. You didn't panic. You settled in. You got the fall. How's it feel to get redemption over Stotler from Spring Mills?
It feels really good. I've been trying to win that match for a while because he beat me early on in the season, and I've just kind of been trying to get redemption for that.
Yeah, your last match, you had a 1-point loss to him, and then this time you were able to pick up that fall. Last year, like I said, you lost in the blood round. That's one match away from placing at states. How does that really, how do you use that, like, driving forward for this season all summer long? I see you at the Rattlers building. You go to practice. Out of the season, you're not just a seasoned wrestler, you're a whole family of wrestlers. How does a loss like that kind of drive you going forward into this year?
Well, after I lost, I knew that I needed to really improve on a lot of things. A lot of my technique was still from early middle school, just stuff that didn't work in the matches. And I knew that I needed to improve technically.
All right, so you got to get, that's basically kind of been everybody get better all around wrestling. You got a great practice partner who just picked up his first regional title as well, and Zach Meisenzahl. You guys get to practice together all summer long, all winter long. You guys are good friends. Saw you guys joking around earlier about it, and you were talking about beating Stotler in the finals. You spoke it into existence. It happened. Now going forward into the state tournament, you were ranked. You lost a couple matches. You fell out of the rankings. You weren't able to wrestle because of injury. What's your goal for 2 weeks from now?
I want to try to get top 4, but really I'm just trying to do better than last year. I'm trying to overall place.
Yep, so making it to that top 4. You got a week and a half pretty much to prepare. We'll be wrestling 2 Thursdays from now. And I think you'll be ready to go. Top 6 is definitely in there. Top 4, let's go get it. All right, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Caleb Krashiznik, your 150-pound state champ, or regional champ.
Here comes a match I'm going to personally enjoy.
This is definitely one of the toughest kids in the state, one of the meanest kids in the state. He's ready to wrestle absolutely anybody. Patrick Jackson out of Spring Mills, state champ. He was a sixth-place finisher as a freshman. Then he finished second as a sophomore. And then he's won it last year over Ethan Osborne from Woodrow Wilson. And now goes right to work here against his Musselman opponent.
Yeah, he's generally not happy with just the win.
Usually likes to get a takedown, put it on the feet. Looks like he's looking for a quick fall here. Picks up 3 back points. He's gonna start collecting a little bit more. Patrick's relentless on top. Very good top wrestler. Very hard to get away from. Doesn't give up points very often. But he's one that he can let his head get a little bit
He's got a bit of a
get
temper,
him into problems
Chance.
a little
Let's
bit.
cut
Yeah.
to the chase.
Yeah. It'll definitely help him when he gets to college. You got to be mean, you got to be tough when you get to college, and he's ready to toe the line against adult men here next year. All right, Patrick Jackson picks up his 4th regional title. Now we got Chase Crutchley.
Colby Gray out of Hedgesville.
Yep, Chase Crutchley, the 1 seed. He's at 30-15 on the season, a senior, versus Colby Gray, a junior out of Hedgesville.
44-12.
44-12. Crutchley's into a deep cement job up. Lets the head slip, picks up a takedown. Crutchley looking to win his 1st regional title. He's had some shoulder issues basically his entire time in high school. Kind of comes and goes. Wrestles really tough. He did the same thing. He grew up wrestling with JJWA and Iron Eagles. He's a tough kid. He's never been able to find that regional title or himself onto the podium. But he's currently ranked right now.
I don't have either kid ranked.
No, he's still ranked. He's ranked 8th.
8? Okay, I missed
My
that
compadre over here missed him. So we actually have 22 ranked. He's currently ranked 8th in the state. He was able to finish a tough bracket at Winner's Choice and get on the podium there for the first time. Another really tough kid. Never really been able to find that wrestling success at the bigger tournaments, but he's looking to put a stamp on his senior year right now with the podium finish. He's one. He came in as a freshman weighing about 200 pounds and 4 inches shorter, and now he's down. He's wrestling 175. Looks great. Put on a lot of muscle, lost a lot of his baby fat. All right, here we're joined with Patrick Jackson. Patrick, you just picked up your 4th regional title, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're getting ready to place states for the 4th time. Got a state title last year over Osborne. Currently ranked number 1 in the state. We've said it before. You're one of the toughest, the meanest kids in the state. Every match you go out, you're relentless with every match. You look to score a ton of points. You look to get takedowns. Where do you think that came from? I've known you since you were little, and you were the same way at 6. So where do you think that came from? Is that natural?
Yeah, I'd say it's natural. It's just always wanted to go out there and score as much as you can, and just let the guy have it.
Yep.
And wrestling, it's not a team sport. When I'm out on the mat, it's me versus another person. So I just do everything I can, and I like to have fun like it. That's how I have fun.
Good. So you got Patrick, our 165 regional champion. I've had to coach against him multiple times. We've never beat him. Don't think it's ever obviously going to happen. Super, super tough. Comes from a great wrestling family. His uncle, John Jackson, was the first 2-time state champ in Jefferson County for Jefferson High School back in the 90s. His former practice partner with the Iron Eagles, who was a little bit older than him, Cam Pine, became the second 2-time state champ out of Jefferson County. How was it growing up being one of the original Iron Eagles after you left JJWA as a little kid? You were in that resurgence of really good Iron Eagles kids. You had older kids in like Cam and Demetrius, and then Chance a little bit older than you with that group of you, Chance, Dolan, Herndon. How was it growing up traveling the country wrestling with that team, who's now your high school coach?
It was a lot of fun, And like you said, we had a lot of older kids and younger kids. There was no certain age group, so it really showed us that if you stick to everything that we're doing, it could show you what you could potentially be, which is why everyone works so hard.
That's good because having those younger kids, they got to watch a lot of success for older kids win high school state titles. You're 8 years old. Seeing that, obviously, that's what you're looking forward to. Him and Dolan have been able to do it. Chance was able to make a state finals place multiple times. You got younger kids with you right now. We talked to your younger group of Ross and Dallas and Landon of being the future of the program. Obviously, you and Dolan have been Spring Mills for the last 3 or 4 years. Have been the shining stars there with Michael leaving. You guys you're leaving. How do you think you're leaving the team with the younger guys? You think they're ready to take over for you and Matthew?
Yeah, I believe they're ready to take over. I mean, they see every day what we do and how we practice and what it takes to become what we are. So they know what they need to do, and I believe they're ready to do that and fulfill our shoes.
And that's good. And your sister signed. Your sister, she won 2 state titles before you ever did. She won 1 before you ever did, right?
Yeah, she did.
So Patrick's twin sister is a girls state champ this year. She won it the year before as a sophomore. It'd have been funny to see her win 3 because he couldn't have caught her. But he's getting ready to win that second one, that's for sure. And you guys are going together to Lock Haven to wrestle there. We were talking about the huge boom of girls wrestling. Obviously, your sister, she started wrestling in high school. Now she's going to wrestle in college, which is awesome to see girls wrestling growing. Do you guys ever let her practice in your group or no?
Oh, yeah, she'll practice with anyone.
Yeah, she's one of the toughest, meanest girls, that's for sure. And we got Kaylee from Hampshire. She's right up there as well.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So when you get there, we talked a little bit about one of your former partners. You looking to stay at 65 next year? You want to drop? Or
I don't believe I'll stay at 65. No, I'm making 65 pretty easy now. So
yes, we were talking about that college weight cut. Obviously, a lot of people drop. We were kind of wondering if maybe we could see that freshman versus 6-year senior and Patrick versus Campon next year at 65. But I don't think Patrick's going to be at 65. That college weight cut, you go in there and you drop. Are you looking to try and redshirt, or do you want to potentially jump into the lineup right away?
I'm not too sure yet.
You get there, coach will feel it out for you.
Yeah.
How is it? How does it feel that you and your sister are going to the same school to wrestle for the same team?
That's really cool. I'm really excited for it. I mean, it's cool to always have. I've been with her forever, and it's going to stay like that.
Yep.
So
that's awesome. So, and I think you're ready right there with that toughness, going right into the college rooms. Like I said, Patrick's been that tough since he was a little kid. Still remember hearing the story of him biting somebody and mom throwing the trophy away. He's been an animal ever since he was little, and it's continuing through right now. We did talk a little bit about, I know when you're on top, as tough as you are, they don't let a lot of things go in high school. And a lot of times you get a little frustrated if a kid's not moving. You kind of give them a little bit of the business. Do you think that'll keep in check down in Huntington? You got to be smart down there.
I don't think anyone's gonna. I mean, I've really just been wrestling to score a lot of points. So if I get on top of someone and they want to lay there, I'm gonna let them up.
There you go. So
I can take them down. I already did. So
yes, Patrick gets lots of takedowns, scores lots of points. Like I said, one of the toughest kids I've ever seen on the wrestling mat in the state of West Virginia, and he's going to do big things when he gets to college. He's ready to go. Right now, I feel like he can step right in the room and survive that practice with no problem and compete with college guys right now. So we're excited to see what him and his teammate Dolan do next year at the D1 level. Both of them will definitely look to jump in that starting lineup in the next couple years and win a lot of matches. So, all right, one of your best friends growing up wrestle for different teams. We talked about how people wrestle, how kind of a family sport no matter what team you're on. Your buddy Chase Crutchley just won his first regional title ever. So I'm sure that'll be, you can go congratulate him, and good luck here in the next couple weeks, and congratulations on another team title.
Thank you.
All right. Later, Patrick. Good luck next week. All right, Chase Crutchley was able to pick up the fall over his Hedgesville opponent. That's his first regional title. Now we have Garrett Fauble.
Versus Nathan Graham.
Nathan Graham's 32-10. He's a junior. Both been wrestling. Fauble's been wrestling for a little while, but he's never been able to pick up that win over Nathan. Nathan's a very tough physical kid. He gets the job done. I know they've had some battles this year with Nathan coming out on top both times. All right, we got Nathan Graham. He's ranked number 4 in the state at 190. 190 is one of those super tough weight classes as well. With Jean Paulo from Cabell Midland, state champ last year. Robert Shockey was state runner-up. Tyler Wise, who beat a 3-time state champion from Wheeling, who's at 220, Eric Brothers. So that top 3 at 190 is no joke.
Yeah, you talk about Patrick hasn't changed a bit since he was 6 years old. I remember his dad, Roy, telling me he would play with his wrestling trophies like they were G.I. Joes and break them.
That doesn't surprise me. He's loaded up with them. He had plenty to spare. He's been successful since he was a little kid. He's had success at the state level from youth all the way through, and obviously he's still having continued success at the high school level. So we'll see when he continues his career at the D1 level starting next year. These guys, I don't know what to hold up here.
I think they're having issues with the equipment once again.
Yeah, once again, technology gets us. All right, we got Garrett Fogel, Nathan Graham, 190 regional title. Now, the last 2 wrestlers we've seen for Washington both had shoulder braces on. So Chase Crunchley, I know he's had some shoulder issues. Guess Garrett Fauble's starting to have some as well this season. Hopefully that doesn't hinder him too much in this match or a couple weeks at the state tournament.
He told me personally it's just a pain issue, that it's really not an injury at this point, but it's a source of pain, and that offers him some protection.
Now, him and Crunchley have been really close friends and practice partners the last couple of years. Just wanted to match, I guess.
Both guys pretty aggressive here.
All right, we
Here
are
you go.
joined by first-time regional champ, Chase Crunchley, senior from Washington High School. Congratulations, Chase, on getting that first regional title. I know you've been a state qualifier the last 2 years. Freshman year, you were a match away, losing a real tough, close one. So you're going down, your practice partner, one of your good friends, he's wrestling right now, one of your football teammates, a guy you go to battle with in the practice room every day. How's it feel to finally, your senior year, get that regional title finally?
It's definitely super exciting. You know, it's the goal I've had in mind all year. Like states, I'll get to it when I get to it, but regionals is where I want it to be. I want it to be the champ this year.
That's good. So you got states coming up. You'll go in as one of the four champs. You'll have a kid who got 4th off the bat, so we'll see how that match goes. I know you had a really good Winner's Choice tournament. What place did you finish there?
I believe it was 6th or 7th.
Finished 6th or 7th at Winner's Choice. I know you won that final. I think you finished 7th. I think you won your final match.
Yeah,
I think so.
7th. Yes, sir.
So you're able to podium at Winner's Choice, which is one of the top 2 toughest tournaments in the state before the state tournament, obviously with Winner's Choice and WSAZs. You jumped into the rankings. You're number 8 in the state right now. Obviously, you got to finish top 6, place all state. Kids above you, do you feel like you can get that job done and able to get yourself onto that podium for in your senior year?
There's no doubt in my mind. You know, I'm definitely excited to see these other kids in the state that I haven't got to wrestle yet. You know, placing isn't the most important thing to me ever. I want to go down there, get the experience, get the good matches that I need to, and win some matches that people think I shouldn't.
Absolutely. So wrestling's one of those things you go in, you do only what you can control. So if you go down and you win every single match that you can win, upset a couple people, you never know what happens. You find yourself on the podium. And I know a kid like you got a bright future ahead of you. You want to play college football. It's one of those things that I know that if you go down there and you would happen to lose a match and not place, you're a kid that's going to leave it all out on the mat. You're going to leave the arena with your head held high, and you're going to know that you did everything you could to do what you needed to do when you got down there.
No doubt. You know, my goal is to compete.
Yep.
I want to be a guy that a lot of people don't think of when they get in there, kind of like an underdog story. That's where I want to be. I want people to overlook me.
All right, and you're one of those guys, like I was saying before you came to us as a freshman, you were about 4 inches shorter and probably 20 pounds heavier almost. Now you've filled in, you got taller, muscled up, you're down wrestling 175. You've definitely put in a lot of work on getting better wrestler, better football player, better in the gym. But you're always, pretty much every match, you and your practice partner, Farbo, are always shorter than everybody you wrestle. You think it kind of helps you, hurts you? How do you think that works out for you?
For me and Garrett, I think it helps us. I think that a lot of the taller kids oversee us, not just because we're short, but I think it gives us better leverage off the bat, and we both usually like to stay pretty low in our stances. So I think that kind of gives us advantage points of staying lower than our opponents.
Absolutely, being a shorter guy myself, obviously, so being shorter, that's one of those things with wrestling is that it's all weight class based. So that body, there's no real wrestling body like there is a basketball body or football body. So you've been able to be very tough on top. You've been able to get into shots even though you're shorter than a lot of the guys you're wrestling. You wrestled tough out there, dominated your way to your first regional title. You got states coming up here in the next week and a half. Have you made that decision on where you want to play football yet? Or are you still looking around?
Not yet. You know, I have a couple schools that I'm definitely looking at, but I want to go somewhere where I can get the best education before football. The college football to me is just a plus. It's always been a dream of mine.
There you go. So, like I said, Chase Crutchley is one of those guys that very smart. He's going to do big things as an adult. Good head on his shoulder, good family. Absolutely happy to see him win that first regional title. Go get the job done down in Huntington. Wrestle tough. We'll talk to your practice partner here, hopefully.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys very much for having me.
Have a good one, Crutchley. 75, Chase Crutchley, Washington High School, senior. It looks like in this match, Nathan Graham's been kind of controlling pretty much every aspect of wrestling. He hasn't been able to get that fall. He hasn't dominated Fauble the way that he has in the past. I know early in the season he had a big win over him, big dominated win with ended up getting a slam. Fauble couldn't continue. Next match he beat him by 10. So he's definitely had his number this year. He's a big physical kid. We'll see how this third period goes. Garrett's going to choose neutral. So he's doing a good job of frustrating Nathan, not letting him get to his usual offense. Nathan's very heavy on the head, moves a lot. Very strong wrestler. Good fake to a double leg. That was an excellent shot. Powered right through it. Good blast double. He's trying to get underneath. He's going to pull that arm out onto the back and then work to get a fall against Garrett here. And he kind of gave it up. He's kind of content on top right now. Easy ride. All right, and we're joined by our 157 regional. Our 157 regional champ. You guys got a new coach at Musselman this year. How's that going? Did you wrestle for Dennis last year?
I did. I've wrestled the other 3 years of high school.
Yep, this is your senior year, right?
Yes, sir.
Your first regional title?
No, second. I won my sophomore year.
You won your sophomore year, I remember that. All right, so you got a new coach coming in after 3 years under Coach Burlingame. So how's the culture in the room with Coach DeBerry joining the program?
It's actually been really good. I honestly think our team is bonded a lot better. There's a lot less internal issues.
Okay.
A lot of good team bonding moments, a lot of working together.
Yeah, and that's been the common thing with everybody is your practice partners, how well your team kind of goes together. Practices are obviously super, super important. You guys travel, being together. It's important to have those close friendships. Practice partners in the room. How's it feel winning regional title your senior year?
It feels great. Feels to get that second one.
All right, second one. What plans do you have over the next week and a half in the room for all of your state qualifiers to get ready for Huntington?
Just hit it hard, up that intensity, keep cardio rolling. We beat people on cardio.
There you go. So you guys come in. You guys don't seem to get tired out there. I know you had a good match there at 144 with Worthington. Lost a heartbreaker after being up by 4 or 5. Lost to a tough Washington opponent at Meisenzahl. So with you guys heading down to states, you'll get someone that finished 4th at regionals in your first match. So you're down there. You said you're looking for good, tough practices. How do you think you can do when you get down there?
I think I'm going to do good.
That's good.
I think the team's going to do pretty good this year. Honestly, I think we're going to have. I think we're going to see a couple placers out there.
Yep. You guys got some young guys that came in. Leoy coming in. He was a youth league guy that wrestled over with JJWA and stuff. So he brings a little spark to the thing. Gets a regional runner-up in his freshman year. Obviously, he had Dolan. So you guys are looking good. You qualified a pretty good amount. Obviously, you guys in DeBary, you didn't put as many in the finals as you would want to. But that's the way regionals goes. The goal is to get down to the state tournament and make some noise down there. So good luck. Go win matches, man. Congratulations. All right, we are joined by regional champ coach, not official yet, but it's official, Anthony Rigabudo, last year's state coach of the year. Team finished runner-ups at states last year. How do you build on that with only losing? You only lost one state place winner last year, right?
Yep, just one.
Just one. So you got basically your whole squad back. You got 2 super tough seniors, and then a bunch of underclassmen that are ranked pretty high at going to the state tournament. So moving forward, what's the goal for the next week and a half?
The next week and a half for us, I mean, it's just full bore, full intensity. A little different approach to training for us this year. Last year we cranked it up really hard for regionals, and it showed. And then we kind of flatlined leading into the state tournament last year. This year we kind of delayed that high pace, high intensity training starting Monday. We're going to crank it up all the way up to Huntington and let it ride.
There you go. So from talking to, obviously the majority of people we've talked to have been Washington Spring Mills kids -1. It's kind of been the common for both teams is the coaches in the practice room and how hard practice is with having those types of practice partners, those types of coaches that know the sport, study the sport, watch video on opponents and everything else. So you guys have done a tremendous job of getting all of your kids ready. Every kid had nothing but good things to say about the practice room, the coaching staff. You got a bunch of young guys, and I asked them. They all said they were. Do you think they're ready to fill in for Dolan and Jackson and take over as team leaders?
I think them shoes are a little big. I know Dolan's only 5 feet tall, but that's a big pair of shoes.
Dallas, your freshman regional champ, ranked number 2 or 3 in the state, depending on who you ask. You ask him, he said he's won. He said he lost a 4-0 match to Johnson. Not going to happen this time. I know that there's some questions on the 2 and 3 with him. We want, obviously, to have our number 1 and number 2 separated.
Yeah.
Do you think that he's going to be separated from Johnson and he'll be the 2?
I mean, I think it's more of an Eastern Panhandle thing, so we're expecting to be on the same side.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. I mean, we get, with being Region 2, not as deep as others, but when you look at our best kids, we have multiple kids ranked 1 and 2. We've had multiple state champs, multiple times state champs over the last few years. We have currently wrestling in college right now. Dolan and his sister, Dolan and his brother are both about to be in. Yep. Patrick and his sister Paige are both about to be in. Washington, we have 4 or 5 that are wrestling in college right now, which kind of tops the rest of the state when you look at our high-level kids.
What we're doing over here, the state likes to, push the Eastern Panhandle, and you're your own thing. What we're doing with feeder programs, JJWA, Iron Eagles, and just the year-round commitment to these kids, you see it, and it's not a real strong region. But like you said, the guys are going to be in the state finals. They're dominant. We're going to have 6-8 guys in the state finals just from this region, from 7 teams. Mm-hmm. And, that shows. I mean, what these two programs do in the off season with their feeders, I mean, you're getting the results.
Yeah,
and that's what it takes to compete with Parsonsville South and University of Wheeling Park. We're doing it. The youth programs are doing it, and I mean, we don't speak for everybody, but we can only take care of ourselves.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that with every guy so far is either coming over to us is either wearing a Washington singlet or a Spring Mills singlet coming in, minus a couple guys.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have done a great job. You had some young additions in Dallas, and then Ross came over.
Yep.
All of them talked about having those older guys and leadership, and it all starts with the coaches. You guys have done a tremendous job. What do you think it looks like for Saturday in Huntington of where the team scores are going to be?
For whatever reason, I feel great this year. I mean, I'm usually nervous going to the state tournament. Don't know. I feel like things are going to go well down there. We already got our training program set up for these next 2 weeks, and I think our guys are going to get it done. I really do. I mean, every time we've been in a tournament format, we have gotten it done. We beat Parsonsville South at winner's choice, so I feel great. And our team's healthy. Their weights are stable. There's nothing holding us back to getting that done.
And that's good. I talked with a couple of your guys about it. Obviously, in the dual team state tournament, you guys got second to South. A lot of mismatches and bad matchups. But when it comes tournament-wise, tournament teams, you kind of start to separate. Probably University and Wheeling Park are your toughest tournament teams.
Right.
You guys got to compete with. You'll definitely separate away from the rest of this region when it comes to there with the amount of guys you guys have. I talked with Herndon some, and we talked about some of the bumps in the road he's had this season, and how he can move past those. And I know that's a big thing. How do you take a guy who was super successful, chance to win states last year, gets third, and then sees a lot of those losses that he knows and coaches know that he shouldn't have had, and he drops him to eighth in the state in the rankings. How do you keep a guy like that, keep their head up, and get him ready for next weekend?
With Herndon, I mean, we've addressed the situation as far as technically. The things that were causing problems, we've made those corrections, and it's just a matter of believing in it. And 120 and 138, that's a different ball game. At 120, you get a lot of freshmen, sophomores. 138, you got a lot of juniors and seniors.
Yep.
So it's just him, getting used to wrestling the older guy. You're not going to overpower people at 138 like you may have done at 120. But he's wrestled Martin. He was beating Martin twice. He was beating him 2-0. He's ranked number 2. He lost by Holt by 1 point. I mean, he's right there. It's for him, bottom wrestling and bottom wrestling drives me crazy. It's just a mindset. I mean, nobody in this world can hold somebody down if they, their life depended on it, and they got to have that mentality that nobody can ride you. And once we, that's what we're trying to crack right now with him. But the neutral's good, top solid. It's just the bottom wrestling that if we get that confidence back in him. I mean, I think he's going to be hard to beat down there.
And I think that's what separates the two programs we've talked about the most from the rest, especially you guys, is that you're constantly coaching. It's not just, well, it worked last week, it'll work again this week. You guys we won a match by 5 last time, we got to win by 10 this time. Always pushing for bonus points, never really satisfied, even though you are you can always get better, you can always extend those leads, because you see those kids get upset after they beat a kid 2 or 3 times. We saw some matches between Washington Spring Mills in the finals that kind of some went your way, some didn't.
Yep.
Where it kind of goes, and then so you have to kind of keep that fire, and you guys do a really good job of next time that result's not going to happen. You're able to move past. You did a great job last year. Tough to coach against you with McFarland and Perry's matches.
Yep.
Did a good job of preparing him and getting that win to the state finals. And that's the big thing that we see with the high level coaches like yourself, is that always adapting, never getting content and staying in like an old school way. Always moving forward.
When there's a science to study in film, and a lot of people don't know how to they don't know how to watch film properly. If we're within 1 or 2 points, I feel like I can make the difference. The kids got to buy into what you're telling them, and if they do, you can get the job done. So we got a couple guys that we've understood what we need to do to win those matches. They're not showing it in the match with the confidence that they need to get that accomplished. You wrestle a Kai Polinsky. I mean, that kid's a hammer. And, we know what needs to be done to win that match, but you got to go out there and do it. I mean, the kid's top notch, and, sitting back and, you'll never beat that caliber just sitting back and being conservative. You got to go out there and take it from that guy. I mean, he'll just eat you alive when you sit back like that, and that's what happened. Even though it was 3-2, it didn't feel like a 3-2 when someone's in on your legs 9-10 times. I mean, you never feel like you're in the match, and that's what it felt like sitting there. So we got to go back to the drawing board on that one, and try to make. I mean, we know what's going on, but I mean, he's got to see it too.
Yeah, that's one that we talked about, that being the marquee matchup of this tournament.
Yeah.
Being there, no doubt in my mind, we're going to see it again 2 Saturdays from now. They're going to wrestle for the 4th time.
Yep.
You guys are trying to even it up at 2-2. Obviously, he's trying to get his first state title and first county state title as a freshman ever. So, all right, it's Anthony Rigabudo, last year's Coach of the Year. Trying to go get a team state title here. Yep. We'll let him go and talk to his 175-pounder.
Absolutely.
190-pounder. All right, joined by Nathan Graham, 190 regional champ. All right, Nathan, you're kind of you didn't start wrestling until high school, right?
Yeah.
So you come into a program that pretty much every teammate, but a lot of the bigger guys, all those small guys, you've just heard of it, you've never done it. You're seeing all these guys that are national level guys. You got a coach in Anthony Rigabudo, who's a 2-time state champ himself, D1 wrestler, and you come right in and you start having success. You're a strong kid. You're physical. I like how tough you are out there. You're mean. Love it. How is it coming into wrestling in high school and just starting at that point and being on a team like Spring Mills, which is so good as soon as you started?
I had a rough time to start with, obviously, like everybody else would. But just like I said, I never gave up. I put all I had into it, and Coach Anthony, all the other coaches, they got me right, let me do what I had to do.
Yeah, because we've had you've battled with some Washington kids over the past couple of years with Mizal, then you've put it on fall ball all year long. He's a little bit shorter than you. You're able to keep him away. You got longer arms. You're heavy on the head. Getting to a great blast double in that last match. And everything else. How do you feel moving forward going to the state tournament?
I feel good. Just got to keep putting that work in. Keep getting better. Got to stay aggressive. If you're not aggressive, you're not going to get it done. You got to stay aggressive.
Yeah, and you've obviously being new to the sport, you've obviously been putting in the work. It shows from when I remember seeing you in your first year, kind of all over the place, out of position, and now if I see you, I'd say that guy's been wrestling for 8 or 9 years. Like it definitely you built yourself into a great wrestler. You're ranked 4th in the state right now. You can get down there. You can be part of possibly getting your team a state title. You guys were runner-ups last year. You looking to make that podium for the first time, be great. How do you feel? First regional title, right?
Yep.
How's it feel?
Feels great,
Yeah, so hopefully you can keep that momentum rolling, get up there and hold your ranking, if not finish better.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you've been wrestling tough. I've noticed over the past couple of years just the differences in everything else. You definitely don't look like a guy that's only been wrestling a few years, so love it. Great blast double out there. Good luck here in the next couple of weeks, and good luck getting your team to the top as well.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, congratulations, buddy. All right, joined by Drew Milton, regional champ. You are a senior. Got you ranked right now 8th in the state. Obviously, you know what you got to do down at the state tournament. 8th in the state's not going to get it done, right? You got to get in that top 6. How do you feel going into the state tournament?
Well, I hope I get a good seeding, and then I can breeze my way towards placement or even higher.
And that's the good thing about with the way that we do it. So right now, you'll definitely have a guy who got 4th in his region. Will be your first match. We don't know who you'll have in the semis or anything yet. You guys wrestle with Hedgesville. We talked about like your guys in Martinsburg schedule. You guys wrestle a ton of matches on the year. So you have his record. What was your record on the year?
So far, I'm pretty sure I'll be 54-8 now.
Yes, so you guys got 60-some matches. Definitely a lot of matches under your belt. So how's it feel like your senior year here? You got a regional title. You're heading into states. How do you think practice and everything will go the next couple weeks?
Hopefully good, I suppose. Keep a cardio up, keep training, get better every day.
All right, and you guys got one of the absolute legendary coaches in the sport that you're under with Bubby Whittington, an absolute character. He's passionate in the corner. You guys do stuff that he doesn't like. If you're not wrestling good, he's going to let you know. But the love that he has for his wrestlers is second to none. The guy, I mean, he's amazing. I wrestled against him when I was in high school. Never lost to a Hedgesville kid, so I got to shake his hand as a winner every time. But every single time, he's the nicest guy ever in the corner, whether you're his wrestler, an opponent. How is it wrestling for somebody like Bubby Whittington?
It's amazing, honestly. It's like a second family almost.
Yeah, and that's the good thing is you're going in. He seems like one of those guys that he's going to be tough. He's going to be like kind of like a father, grandfather figure where he wants nothing but the best for you. If you're doing something wrong, I'm sure you've heard it before of, Drew, what are you doing? That was stupid, like something like that. But you know that he's doing that because of the love that he has for you, and like he knows what you can and can't do. So I'd love to watch you guys get a regional champ out here. It was kind of finals was kind of a Spring Mills and Washington show, so it's good to see you come out and break that up, get a regional title. You guys head down to Huntington here in a couple weeks, so let's take that 8th a little bit higher. Let's get on the podium in your senior year. Hey, congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we got our final regional champ of the day, DJ Hasenbuehler. You came out, you're obviously a small heavyweight, wrestled a tough match, got blood coming out of your nose now, you wrestle tough. Every time I see you had the absolute deepest weight class for Region 2 this year was heavyweight. You guys had, there was 5 of you, obviously one didn't get to go, and it was a tough kid out of Hampshire. But you guys, all 4 of you guys that placed top 4 absolutely battled all day. What do you think was the difference maker in that finals against Pollard?
It's hard.
Kind of hard to talk after a match like that. You got heavyweights. Yeah. We talked about that. You being a smaller one. Obviously, Xavier, he's a smaller guy too. But you got guys like Kojo. Got Spring Mills, really big guys. Stalled super strong out of Hampshire. How are you able, when you're on bottom, obviously, even though they only weigh 20 pounds more than you, feeling that 260 coming down on top of you, you do a really good job of getting your hips out from underneath the people, and you're able to score and not stay down there and waste too much energy trying to get off bottom. What do you think? Do you think that's just your athleticism from being smaller? Or?
Yeah, and my speed.
Your speed, yeah. You never stop moving. You're obviously always ready to bang with bigger guys. You're in there, you're hand fighting. You don't care about getting your face in the mix. You don't care about getting busted up. And that's what every coach loves to see out of their heavyweights is that mean, tough heavyweight. Martinsburg's definitely got one. You got Coach Parker in there, very animated, loud in the corner. So you kind of, you know, if you kind of slack off at the end of a match, you're going to hear it and everything else. That kind of drive you a little bit more.
Yep.
And I know that earlier in the year, your ranking was a little bit higher. Now you're sitting here at 5. You think when you get down to that state tournament, we're going to place higher than 5th. We're going to go back to where our original was and place towards the top. Yeah, because you've definitely wrestled tougher. Of the guys above you, obviously you got Kamar Summers, big kid out of Bridgeport, really tall, bigger kid. You know, so you got in there Connor McCann out of Spring Valley, and Bryson Arthur, who jumped into the rankings after Winner's Choice. I know you had a rough go at WSAZs, but from what I've seen of you since then, you've only gotten tougher. You're ready to wrestle with absolutely anybody. So how's the next 2 weeks looking for you?
Good.
Man, DJ is obviously wore out that 6 minutes of a battle with his opponent from Musselman and Xavier. So we're going to let him jump off. Good luck getting down to Huntington. Let's bring on some hardware for Martinsburg, baby.
Thanks.
Hey, congratulations. All right, that concludes Region 2. We got Spring Mills, our Region 2 champs. They'll all take a week and a half, 2 weeks, get ready for the state tournament, which will start not this Thursday, but the following Thursday in Huntington, West Virginia. Guys looking to bring home some state titles, place for the first time in hopefully Spring Mills can get the job done and bring home that first team state title to the Eastern Panhandle. All right, thank you with Home Team Sports.
Thanks, Home Team Sports.